Welcome everybody to another Iceberg. This time around, I'm finally tackling the Hulk Iceberg. He's pretty much the last main Marvel hero I have left to do. You know, besides Black Panther, Blade, Punisher, the Guardians of the Galaxy, Doctor Strange, and okay, I think I still have a few more to go. Now, I've already talked about a few Hulk and She-Hulk related topics in the past, so check out these videos if you want to learn more about these topics. If you like the video, I can't stress enough how important it is to like the video and comment. It's free and it helps me out more than you can imagine. Got plenty of more icebergs in the way, so if you want to hit the notification bell, you can do that as well. I've also got channel membership options. $5 a month gets you extended previews for Iceberg videos and your name read aloud at the end of the video. And $7 a month gets you that, plus you get to see the videos early. With all that out of the way, let's begin. Hulk 2003's cancelled sequel. Originally, Ang Lee's 2003 Hulk film was supposed to receive a sequel that would have included the Abomination as the film's main antagonist, and would have also featured Grey Hulk to an extent. The film was planned to be released in May of 2005, and was being written by James Schamus, the writer of the first film. However, the sequel never ended up happening, not because of the first film's mixed reception, or the fact that the film was a box office disappointment. Instead, the reason why the film was cancelled was because Universal, the studio behind the film, goofed up. You see, when Universal bought the rights to make a Hulk film, the contract stated that if they were going to make a sequel to it, it had to be released by 2006, or else the rights to make a Hulk film would go back to Marvel Studios. And while the film was supposed to come out in May of 2005, the script for the film kept getting rewritten, which delayed filming, and eventually it was decided that they wouldn't be able to get the film out on time due to these delays. So in 2006, the production rights to Hulk went back to Marvel, and in 2008, we got The Incredible Hulk. As for plot details about the sequel, as I already mentioned, the film was going to feature the Abomination as the main villain, and Grey Hulk would have also appeared. We also know that Bruce would have returned to America and stayed in a Native American reservation, which many people have speculated would have been a direct reference to the Church Rock uranium mill spill from 1979, due to the film's writer mentioning that the film would have been very political. As for other plot points, we don't really know. The only other thing that we do know about the plot is that the leader was also considered to appear in the film. Ang Lee was also probably not going to return for this film, as he was working on Brokeback Mountain at the time. Bruce would have also potentially been recast, as Eric Bana has mentioned in interviews he never planned on doing a sequel to Hulk. I guess he forgot that he was in the film's tie-in game, which is technically a sequel. So, I guess technically Hulk 2003 did get a sequel. Planet Hulk. From February of 2006 to April of 2007, one of the most important Hulk storylines ever was told. This, of course, was Planet Hulk. Written by Greg Park, in this storyline, Bruce is tricked and sent off into space by his friends in the Illuminati. While this was a very awful thing to do, it wasn't done purely out of ill will towards Hulk. As while they did do this because Hulk was a threat to the Earth, Bruce didn't want to hurt anyone, so the planet that the Illuminati chose to send Bruce to was a world that was uninhabited by sentient life. Though there were still animals there. But this plan didn't work, as the ship that Bruce was transported on malfunctioned, and instead brought Bruce to the planet Sakaar, a nightmarish gladiator-style world ruled by a violent dictator named the Red King. Hulk was quickly captured and enslaved, and forced to fight in the Red King's gladiator tournaments. But Hulk's not really a big fan of being a slave, so he rebels and leads a full-scale revolution, and not only dethrones the Red King, but also becomes the King of Sakaar, thus turning the planet into Planet Hulk. No, he doesn't call it that. That'd be weird. Anyways, on Sakaar, Hulk not only made a whole bunch of friends, but he also met a woman named Kyra. She was the Red King's bodyguard, but fell in love with Hulk, and the two quickly got married after Hulk dethroned him. They also banged, which resulted in her becoming pregnant. Hulk was pretty happy. Not only did he have an entire planet where he didn't have to worry about hurting others, he had a hot wife, he was the king of an entire empire, and was now gonna have a kid. What could go wrong? Well, Red King's followers created a trap. They went to the spaceship that Hulk arrived in and set the thing to explode in order to kill Hulk. This did not kill Hulk, but it sure as hell made him angry, as not only did this explosion kill his wife and supposedly his unborn children, this explosion killed millions of people on Sakaar. And Hulk believed that this explosion wasn't the result of Red King's followers doing some trolling, but instead the Illuminati trying to kill him. Yeah, he believed that the Illuminati had conspired to send Bruce to another world so he could then be killed by the ship exploding. So Hulk declared his revenge, which ended the Planet Hulk storyline, and began another equally as important Hulk story that I'll talk about in just a few. As for adaptations, Planet Hulk was adapted in Hulk and the Agents of Smash, the Superhero Squad show, and the film Planet Hulk. Aspects of it were also adapted in Thor Ragnarok. Skins based on Hulk's appearance in the story also went on to appear in Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2, and Square Enix's Avengers. Ross's Thunderbolts. When non-comic fans think of the name Thunderbolts, they usually assume it has something to do with Thunderbolt Ross. But that's just not true. The original Thunderbolts team was created by Baron Zemo. Ross had nothing to do with its creation, though since the name matches up with Ross, writers have incorporated him into future Thunderbolts teams. One day, Red Hulk decided to create his very own superhero team, that being the Thunderbolts. The team consisted of Punisher, Elektra, Deadpool, and Agent Venom. Now, the team didn't exactly trust Red Hulk for very obvious reasons. So in order to keep everyone in check, it was decided that the team would function under a reward system. Basically, they would do missions with Red Hulk as the Thunderbolts, and then after said mission, a random member of the team would have their pick of the next mission. And it could be literally anything. So they operated under this strategy, battling the Black Order, taking out mafia families, traveling through a spooky swamp, and a whole bunch of other missions. They also gained members like Ghost Rider, the Leader, and Abigail Mercy. Though Mercy was a bit of a handful, so the team tried to send her to Hell so she couldn't cause any more harm. Though this didn't work, as while they did strand her in Hell, they also got teleported to Hell, and they had to work with Mephisto in order to escape. Eventually, Venom would leave the team, as did the Punisher, though Punisher's exit wasn't on good terms, as the Leader enacted a plan to get Punisher to kill the Thunderbolts. He tries to kill Frank with a bomb, and frames Red Hulk for it. Frank takes the bait and goes after the team, and he actually does a really good job at fighting them, though this gets all cleared up before Frank can actually kill any of them. And after this incident, Ross decides to shut the team down. Oh, and if you're wondering why in these images the Leader is red, that's because during this period of time, Ross had the Leader hooked up to a machine that injected him with red gamma radiation in order to give Stearns back his intelligence powers. Which is funny because Stearns only lost his intelligence powers because Ross had previously drained them out of him. But now that he had a use for Stearns to be part of the Thunderbolts, he had to give him his powers back. She-Hulk's wild love life. When it comes to superheroes who have dated or banged a lot of people, She-Hulk is often one of the first characters people think of. Over the decades, She-Hulk has dated or just had one-night stands with famous characters like Iron Man, Man-Wolf, Luke Cage, Thing, Thor, Hercules, and even Juggernaut. though it would be retconned years later that this actually wasn't the main universe Juggernaut, but instead an alternate version of him from another reality. She's also been with lesser-known characters, like Jack of Hearts, Wyatt Wingfoot, Zapper, Star Fox, and Richard Rory. Though I should mention that her relationship with Manwolf was kinda problematic. As for a while, it was just a nice, wholesome relationship. The two even got married. But it was later retconned that while Jameson was in love with Jennifer, Jen never loved him, because Star Fox had used his powers of manipulation to make Jen fall in love with Manwolf. So she was never actually truly in love with him, nor was she actually consenting to their relationship. Also, contrary to popular belief, She-Hulk and Daredevil, another character who's banged a whole bunch of characters, have never actually dated or banged in the main Marvel universe, only in alternate universes like the MCU. World War Hulk. So immediately following Planet Hulk, Hulk and his merry crew of Sakaar survivors, called Warbound, invade Earth in order to get revenge on Earth's heroes. Mostly just the Illuminati, for trying to kill Hulk. But of course, they didn't actually try and kill Hulk, so the following is all because of a misunderstanding. After defeating Black Bolt on the moon, Hulk travels to the X-Mansion, where he confronts Professor X and the X-Men. He defeats most of the X-Men, but he actually leaves the mansion upon learning about the House of M event, as he wasn't on Earth when that happened, and he felt bad for the mutants. So he leaves the X-Men alone, and decides to not attack any more heroes. Just kidding. Hulk and his crew battle the Fantastic Four, the Avengers, Iron Man, Namor, Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, She-Hulk, Hercules, Captain Britain, Ghost Rider, Black Panther, and more. And they beat pretty much all of them. Now, Hulk's normally pretty strong, but how is he this strong? Simple. Radiation levels on Sakaar are much higher than on Earth, so every second that Hulk was on Sakaar, he was basically charging himself. So by the time he returns to Earth, this is Hulk at his absolute strongest. There's a reason why Hulk in this story is often referred to as Worldbreaker Hulk. After defeating most of the heroes, Hulk decides to turn New York City into a giant gladiator arena with the Illuminati members as the gladiators. Though things don't go Hulk's way, as the 4 Illuminati members that he has captive, Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Mr. Fantastic, and Black Bolt, are able to defeat the monsters that he throws at them, and when they're ordered to kill each other, they refuse. So Hulk decides to just destroy New York City instead. But before he can do that, Sentry shows up and battles him, and Sentry actually defeats him, but is also defeated in the process. Now it's time for me to mention Meek. Yes, Meek. You know that random background fighter from Thor Ragnarok, Avengers Endgame, and Thor Love and Thunder? Yeah, turns out he's basically the secret main antagonist of this story. As it turns out, Meek wasn't really happy with Hulk reforming Red King's empire, so when he found out that some of Red King's fanboys were planning to blow up the ship that Hulk arrived in, Meek just let it happen. And he reveals this to Hulk after he stabs Rick Jones. And Bruce doesn't exactly like this, and turns back into Hulk. Only this time, he really is Worldbreaker Hulk, as he was so powerful that his footsteps alone were destroying the area around him. And he probably would have destroyed the world if not for Iron Man activating a satellite that fired a beam that weakened him. And so, Hulk was finally defeated. The world quickly forgot about the Illuminati, and back on Sakaar, Hulk's son Sakaar was revealed to be alive. More on him later. A-Bomb. So Rick Jones has been quite a few things over the years. From a Hulk supporting character, to Captain America's sidekick, to a member of Gamma Flight, to being bonded to 2 different symbiotes, to being a hacker. But probably one of his most well-known identities was A-Bomb. In Hulk issue 2, released in February of 2008, we're introduced to a blue Hulk-like being known as A-Bomb, and his identity is soon revealed to be Rick Jones. In the aftermath of World War Hulk, Rick was captured by the group Intelligentsia, which decided to experiment on Rick using gamma radiation in order to create a weapon that would be able to defeat Hulk. Originally, he had very limited intelligence, but he would quickly gain his human intelligence back, and he'd become a superhero. But first he had to be broken free of his brainwashing from Intelligentsia, as he was ordered to kill Hulk. While he helped out the Avengers a few times, he would mostly work alongside Hulk, which isn't too shocking. Rick's time as A-Bomb would eventually come to an end in September of 2014, in Hulk issue 6. He didn't die, but was instead depowered by none other than Hulk himself. Well, a personality of Hulk, known as Doc Green, was hell-bent on depowering the world's gamma-based superheroes. As for his powers, A-Bomb had all of your standard Hulk abilities, like superhuman strength, durability, and stamina. But he also had a completely original power as well. That was the ability to camouflage himself to the environment around him, which made him borderline invisible. He also had the ability to track gamma mutants, and he had some pretty sharp claws. As for his appearances in media, A-Bomb has shown up in Hulk and the Agents of Smash, Ultimate Alliance 2, LEGO Marvel Superheroes, LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2, and Ultimate Spider-Man. Amadeus Cho. First appearing in Amazing Fantasy issue 15, released in November of 2005, Amadeus Cho is one of the smartest people on the planet. Eventually, he would become friends with the Hulk, after Hulk saved his life from a group called Excello, who were trying to kill him as they were led by a dude who wanted to get rid of other extremely smart people, so that he could be the only smart person in the world. During World War Hulk, Cho would gather a bunch of allies in an attempt to convince Hulk to stand down, since while Cho wanted the Illuminati to be punished, he wasn't really a big fan of the whole invading Earth thing. In turn, Hulk wasn't super cool with Cho, and the two became enemies. In the aftermath of World War Hulk, Cho would continue to work with Hercules, who he had met during World War Hulk, and the two would go on a bunch of fantasy-like adventures for quite a while. In fact, Cho essentially stopped being a Hulk supporting character and became a Hercules supporting character, though he would reunite with Hulk and work with him on some missions. After years of battling demons, gods, and all sorts of supernatural and fantasy threats, Cho decided to become his very own superhero. Though his run as a solo superhero didn't last very long, and he eventually joined the Illuminati, right before Secret Wars 2015. After the events of Secret Wars 2015, Cho went from being a Hulk supporting character to a full-on Hulk. In order to stop Bruce from having a literal nuclear meltdown, he had to absorb some of Bruce's gamma radiation, which in turn transformed him into a Hulk. As the totally awesome Hulk, he joined superhero groups like the Champions and Protectors. He battled a whole bunch of monsters, took part in Civil War II, and battled Enchantress after she attempted to manipulate him to help her take over the 10 Realms. Though eventually he would start to lose himself to the Hulk persona, so in order to figure out how to get it under control, he exiled himself into space, and eventually landed on Sakaar. And, this didn't really help him, as the Hulk persona completely took over during this time, and upon returning to Earth, he was an absolute menace. With the help of his friends, Cho eventually got back control of his body, but in turn, he lost a bit of his gamma powers. In the aftermath, Cho decided to go by the name Brawn and continue being a superhero. As Brawn, he joined the superhero team, the Agents of Atlas, even becoming its leader for a time, and he's continued to fight bad guys ever since. As for his powers, Cho used to have an insane amount of strength and durability, but after losing a lot of his gamma radiation, he became way weaker. He's still pretty strong and durable, but he's no longer Hulk levels of strength and durability. He's also extremely smart, with his intelligence being compared to Iron Man, Doctor Doom, Mr. Fantastic, Hank Pym, and Beast. His most unique power is his Hulkbuster suit. You see, when his friends helped him get the Hulk persona under control, they used nanomachines to do so. And these nanomachines stayed and chose blood cells. So whenever he gets angry, the nanomachines transform into a Hulkbuster suit that enhances his strength, but is also used to keep his Hulk form under control. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in LEGO Marvel's Avengers, Iron Man and His Awesome Friends, the 2017 Spider-Man cartoon, Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, Avengers Confidential, Black Widow and Punisher, Ultimate Spider-Man, LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2, Marvel Future Fight, and Marvel Avengers Academy. Deleted scenes. Not everything filmed for a movie or show ends up in the final product. Here's some deleted scenes from films and shows involving Hulk characters. Also, I've talked about some Hulk-related deleted scenes in past videos, so go check out these videos if you want to hear me talk about them. For Hulk 2003, a flashback scene showing Bruce as a high schooler checking out his DNA with a microscope was supposed to be in the film. A scene where Betty Ross gets her lab equipment taken by the government was cut. A presentation explaining nanomeds and gamma radiation was supposed to be in the film. Bruce would then go on a monologue about how nanomeds are essentially life. Lou Ferrigno was supposed to have a cameo in the film as a security guard. Rick Jones was supposed to appear in the film, but during development, he was replaced with an original character named Harper. Originally, the fight between Hulk and the Gamma Dogs in the forest was going to be a bit silly, with Hulk fighting them while naked, and the film would structure the fight so that Hulk's private parts would always be covered up. And finally, a scene showing the mayor of San Francisco getting mad at General Ross was cut. As for the Incredible Hulk, the film was originally supposed to open with a scene of Bruce in the Arctic trying to Avengers Endgame himself with a revolver, but he transforms into Hulk before he can actually do it. Rick Jones was originally supposed to appear in the film, but he was removed from the movie by Edward Norton when he did rewrites to the script. A scene where Bruce delivers pizza to some college girls was cut. They would have refused to pay him and called him a pervert. A scene where Bruce and Samson chill out and talk by a fireplace was cut. There were plans for an after-credits scene showing Abomination having reverted back into his human form, being chained up in a box, but this was never filmed. Instead of being set in Brazil, the opening act of the film was actually supposed to take place in Thailand. And finally, a scene where Joe Greller yells at Ross for lying to him was cut. As for the Avengers, Black Widow being chased by Hulk was supposed to be much longer, with scenes of her hiding from him. The scene where Bruce gets the scooter from the security guard was supposed to be much longer, with the worker insisting that Bruce take it. And finally, there was supposed to be a massive Hulk rampage sequence set in New York City. As for Avengers Age of Ultron, Bruce and Black Widow's talk at Hawkeye's farm was supposed to be longer, with Black Widow asking Bruce to run away with her and let everyone else die. Joss Whedon, everyone, self-proclaimed feminist. A scene where Tony and Bruce look over the Ultron program was cut. During Hulk's rampage in South Africa, a little girl was supposed to be shown stumbling across him while looking for her ball. And finally, very early on in development, Abomination was considered to appear in the film. As for Captain America: Civil War, an after-credits scene involving Hulk arriving on Sakaar was planned, but never filmed. And there was another after-credits scene that wasn't filmed that would have shown Ross turning into Red Hulk. As for Thor Ragnarok, a scene where Bruce tells Thor that he's worried that he'll turn into Hulk forever due to the wormhole was cut. A scene where Hulk wakes up from a bad dream was cut. As Hulk chases after Thor in the Sakaar village, he was originally supposed to be cheered on by the crowd. And finally, a scene where Thor and Bruce bond over their father's deaths was cut. Bruce would have also compared Thor to Dumbo during this scene. As for Avengers Infinity War, during the fight with Cole Obsidian, Bruce was going to talk to Hulk, and they would agree to work together. Hulk would then smash out of the Hulkbuster suit and kill Cole Obsidian, though Bruce would still be in control. Following this scene, we were supposed to get a scene where Black Widow would attempt to calm Hulk down like she does in Age of Ultron, only for Bruce to reveal that he was still in control. And finally, a scene with Bruce in Wakanda looking over the Hulkbuster suit as it was being prepared was cut. As for Avengers Endgame, there was supposed to be a scene where Hulk saves people from a burning building. Right after Hulk brings everyone back via a snap, there was originally going to be a scene showing him in the Soul World. There, Bruce and Hulk would meet face to face. And finally, originally, the scene where Hulk confronts the Ancient One was supposed to be very different. Instead of battling Loki's forces, she was supposed to be shown chilling out sunbathing. As for Black Widow, a scene where Natasha realizes that Rick Mason is being monitored by Thunderbolt Ross was cut. And there was supposed to be a scene at the end of the film showing Natasha surrendering herself to Ross, only for her to then escape while he's distracted. As for She-Hulk Attorney at Law, originally the leader was going to be a major character in the series. However, these discussions also included ideas of not bringing back Stearns, and instead creating an original character who would become the leader instead. Originally, Sakaar was going to look a lot more like his comic self, instead of that. There were discussions about having a brief scene in the final episode where Edward Norton would replace Mark Ruffalo as Hulk. And finally, a scene was cut in which, while Jen was walking around Marvel Studios, she would ask if she would get a discount at the Disney store, to which a worker would say that she would only get a 20% discount. And finally, as for Captain America Brave New World, supposedly, there was going to be a scene where Sam would meet Amadeus Cho, who would have been played by Logan Kim, but this hasn't been confirmed. Hulk was originally supposed to appear in the film for a few scenes, but he was written out of the film due to Marvel being worried that he would overshadow Sam. A scene where the leader breaks into a Stark Industries building was cut. Early on in development, Isaiah Bradley and Sabra were supposed to suit up and help Sam fight Red Hulk. And finally, there was supposed to be a scene where Ross would give an apology to Isaiah Bradley. The Revenge of the Incredible Hulk. The Revenge of the Incredible Hulk is a cancelled made-for-TV Hulk film that would have been a continuation of the 1970s Hulk series. For those that don't know, after the ending of the 70s series in 1982, 3 sequel made-for-TV films were created in order to continue the story. These being The Incredible Hulk Returns, The Trial of the Incredible Hulk, and The Death of the Incredible Hulk. The ending of The Death of the Incredible Hulk would have been followed up in The Revenge of the Incredible Hulk. This film would have seen Banner return to life, but he wouldn't be able to transform into Hulk. Now being cured, Banner works for the US government in order to prevent gamma radiation accidents. But he's eventually captured by some bad guys who want him to transform their henchmen into monsters just like the Hulk. So in order to defeat the villains, Bruce instead recreates the exact experiment that turned him into the Hulk, once again giving himself the powers of Hulk. We also know that She-Hulk and Iron Man were both supposed to make minor appearances in the film. So what happened? Why was this film cancelled? There's been plenty of rumors over the decades that the reason why was because Banner's actor, Bill Bixby, was suffering from cancer at the time, though this reason has been disputed by the film's writer, and it's been reported that the real reason why the film was cancelled was because the ratings of The Death of the Incredible Hulk weren't very good. I should also mention that there's actually conflicting reports about what the film's plot was going to be, as according to Lou Ferrigno, who played Hulk in the series, the film was actually going to be about Hulk returning to life, but with Banner's intelligence, making it so that he wasn't a rampaging monster anymore. My guess is that both of these plots are actually true. I think when Banner became the Hulk again at the end of the film, he would have kept his intelligence as Hulk. But this is just speculation. Red She-Hulk. In Hulk issue 15, released in September of 2009, we were introduced to a mysterious character only known as Red She-Hulk. She wasn't given an origin or even a real name. She just showed up one day as an ally to Red Hulk, only to eventually betray him during the World War Hulk's storyline. More on that in a bit. She would also battle Sakaar during this storyline, who forced her to transform back into her normal human form, revealing her to be Betty Ross. You see, Betty had actually died due to radiation poisoning from Abomination. General Ross was pretty upset at his daughter's death, so the leader and MODOK decided to take advantage of his grief, and manipulated Ross into working with them. They told him that if he helped them and became Red Hulk, they would revive Betty. So, of course, General Ross agreed, and became Red Hulk. So, Betty was revived. Though the pair of villains trolled Ross, as while they did revive Betty, they did so using gamma radiation, turning her into Red She-Hulk. And she was brainwashed into killing Ross. But luckily, she failed, and eventually was freed of the brainwashing. She would then become a superhero and work alongside Hulk and friends on a whole bunch of different missions. She and Bruce would also get back together. Everything seemed to be going great for the two. That was, until the Doc Green persona woke up. Yup, just like A-Bomb, Betty had her Red She-Hulk powers taken from her by Doc Green. In fact, Rick actually worked with Doc Green to depower her. She would eventually get powers again, but I'll save that for another entry. As for her powers as Red She-Hulk, she had pretty much all of your standard Hulk abilities: super strength, stamina, durability, and an insane healing factor. She could also spit acid, which was kinda random. As for her appearances in media, she's appeared in LEGO Marvel Avengers, Marvel Future Fight, Superhero Squad Online, Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2. Why hasn't there been another MCU Hulk film? So after the release of The Incredible Hulk, fans eagerly awaited for the next MCU Hulk film. But that never happened. Hulk himself showed up in The Avengers, Iron Man 3, Age of Ultron, Thor Ragnarok, Infinity War, Captain Marvel, Endgame, Shang-Chi, She-Hulk, Deadpool and Wolverine, and Spider-Man Brand New Day, and characters from The Incredible Hulk, like Thunderbolt Ross, Abomination, and Samuel Stearns, showed up in Captain America Civil War, Infinity War, Endgame, Black Widow, Shang-Chi, She-Hulk, and Captain America Brave New World. But despite all of these appearances, there hasn't been a second solo Hulk project in the MCU. The closest we've gotten is She-Hulk, but even then, Hulk's only in 3 episodes of that show. So why is this? Well, for a while, it was because of stupid legal stuff. You see, while Universal had to give the film rights to Hulk back to Marvel, they still held on to distribution rights to Hulk solo films. So Marvel could have made another Hulk film, but they would have to work with Universal. That was the case until 2023, when the contract signed with Universal was set to expire. And it did in June of 2023. So what's keeping them from doing another solo Hulk film? Unfortunately, we don't really know. The closest we've gotten to an answer is from Mark Ruffalo in February of 2024, in which he said that the project would simply be too expensive. Which I kinda call bull on, but I also kinda get it. We've only had 2 theatrical Hulk films, and neither one of them did very good at the box office, and both of them had pretty mixed reviews. So Disney or Marvel may not want to spend $150 million or $200 million on a solo Hulk project because of Hulk's solo film history. But honestly, if that's the case, I think they're being stupid. Because I think if they made a solo Hulk project now, I think it would do pretty damn well financially. Ultimate Hulk was a cannibal. The original Ultimate Universe was known for a lot of things, and one of those things was it being extremely edgy. From Red Skull killing a baby, Wasp being cannibalized by Blob, Wolverine trying to bang a teenage Mary Jane while in Spider-Man's body, and Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver's a very unique relationship. And Hulk got the edgy treatment too. He was a cannibal. Yeah, Ultimate Hulk is very aggressive, even more so than 616 Hulk. Not only does he literally eat people, dead or alive, he also brutally beats his opponents and tortures them. His most notable cannibal act was eating the Chitauri secret agent, Herr Kleiser. His body was then crapped out by Hulk, and the Ultimates, the Ultimate Universe's Avengers, analyzed his remains. Or, kinda his remains. It's more like they analyzed Hulk poop. It should be no surprise that this aspect of him was created by Mark Millar, who went on to create Old Man Logan, which features, honestly, probably the worst version of Hulk ever created. Joe Fixit. First appearing in Incredible Hulk issue 332, released in March of 1987, Joe Fixit is a third personality living inside Bruce. An issue earlier, Bruce had been cured from being the Hulk, but in order to stop Rick Jones, who had recently gotten Hulk powers, he used a gamma ray device to turn himself back into the Hulk. Only, he was gray. As the Hulk, he made a deal with the leader, who also was depowered. He would help the leader get his powers back in exchange for Rick being cured. But the leader had other plans as well. To fully remove Banner from the equation and allow Hulk to take over his body forever. But the leader is unable to, which leads to Hulk to plot his takeover. But what's interesting is that this wasn't the normal Hulk personality. This was the one that I mentioned earlier, the third personality, and eventually he succeeded, with the help of a magic spell. Upon taking control, he faked the Hulk's death and moved out to Las Vegas, where he took up the name Joe Fixit. As Joe Fixit, he would become a bodyguard for the casino owner, Michael Berenghetti. Together, they would battle all sorts of crime in Las Vegas. Even if Berenghetti was also a criminal, and Joe also was the one doing most of the fighting, Joe would also start dating a woman named Marlo Chandler. And it should be noted that Marlo didn't date Joe as a human. Joe was always in his Hulk form. But this gangster bodyguard lifestyle didn't last, and he would eventually lose control over the body, and his personality merged with Hulk and Bruce's, resulting in the Professor Hulk persona. Though Joe would eventually become his own thing again, and pop up from time to time. Now, while a gangster bodyguard Hulk is kinda funny, Joe is actually far from funny when you understand his origin. You see, he was developed during Bruce's childhood. Due to the abuse he took from his father, Bruce's mind split up into different personalities, with Joe being his teenage self. And like most teenagers, this is why Joe Fixit is selfish. He talks like a gangster because, as a kid, Bruce watched a bunch of gangster films, so that's what he thinks an adult should sound like. And like how teenagers stereotypically sneak out at night, Joe was originally only able to emerge at night. As for Joe's appearances in media, he's appeared in Disney Infinity, Ultimate Spider-Man, Iron Man Armored Adventures, the 90s Incredible Hulk cartoon, Square Enix's Avengers, Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, Contest of Champions, Marvel Rivals, the Incredible Hulk movie tie-in game, and the 2003 Hulk game. The Wendigo. Okay, so there's been a whole lot of Wendigos in the main Marvel universe, and while most of them are associated with Wolverine and the X-Men, originally the Wendigo was a Hulk character, first appearing in Incredible Hulk issue 162, released in January of 1973. Paul Cartier was just your average dude. One day, he and his friends went out hunting in the Canadian wilderness. though their trip ended in tragedy when some wolves attacked and fatally injured one of Paul's friends. Paul and crew escaped, but were now trapped in a cave, far away from civilization. His friend would pass away in the cave, leading to the starving Paul to eat him for survival. And thus, he became a Wendigo. The Wendigos in the Marvel Universe are a curse. If you eat somebody in the wilderness, you're cursed, and transform into a giant white monster known as the Wendigo. There's usually only one Wendigo at a time, with the idea being that the curse of the Wendigo jumps into another person's body when they eat somebody. So until somebody else does some cannibalism, you're essentially trapped as the Wendigo. That, or somebody does a little spell to transfer the curse to somebody else. Anyways, Paul's sister was worried about him, so she worked with the Hulk to try and find him. And oh boy did they. Hulk and Paul battled each other, and eventually Paul's sister decided to free Paul from the curse by transferring it to the Hulk. Not really sure if transferring the curse of the Wendigo to the Hulk is a good idea, but that was her plan. After tranquilizing the Hulk, she summoned her brother and began the transfer spell. But luckily, Hulk woke up and continued his fight against Paul. But this time, Hulk had help from Wolverine, who had shown up to defeat the Hulk on the orders of the Canadian government. The two heroes were able to defeat Paul, but then began fighting each other, which allowed Paul's sister to tranquilize both of them. It's here that George discovered Hulk's identity of Bruce Banner, and decided that he couldn't transfer the curse into him, because Bruce wasn't a monster, he was just a guy. Oh right, George. George was one of Paul's friends, and was working with Paul's sister to try and transfer the curse over to Hulk. Anyways, before Paul's sister could complete the spell, George decided to take matters into his own hands, and transferred the curse into himself. And so, Paul was saved, but at what cost? As for his powers, the Wendigo has superhuman strength, speed, and stamina, huge razor-sharp claws and teeth, and they're basically immortal. You can only transfer the curse to somebody else, you can't actually kill it. As for Paul's appearances in media, he's appeared in Wolverine and the X-Men, Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes, Superhero Squad Online, X2 Wolverine's Revenge, LEGO Marvel's Avengers, and Avengers Initiative. The Immortal Hulk. Releasing from June 2018 to October 2021, and written by Al Ewing, and drawn by Joe Bennett, The Immortal Hulk is one of, if not the most critically acclaimed Hulk stories out there. This is not only just because of the excellent writing, but as you can see, the outstanding art. The series follows Bruce's resurrection after being killed in Civil War II, and what follows is some truly horrifying stuff. This series is well known for its body horror, with various characters mutating, with Rick Jones getting it the absolute worst, as prior to the story he was killed, and in this story he's resurrected using Abomination's DNA. And he basically wears a living Abomination skin suit. Luckily, he's freed from this fate fairly quickly, only to then get mutated and merged with a man named Del Fry. The story is also well known for the introduction of the One Below All and the Green Door. I'll go further into detail about these ideas later, but for now, all you really need to know is that the Green Door is a portal from the Below Place to the living world. The Below Place is the literal bottom of the multiverse, below hell itself even, and Gamma mutants can use the Green Door to return to life, just with no memory of their time spent in the Below Place. Another major aspect about this series is the focus on Bruce's personalities. Not only do we see Bruce, Savage Hulk, which is just the normal Hulk by the way, Joe Fixit, and the Green Scar, who is the embodiment of Hulk's time on Sakaar during Planet Hulk, but we also see Devil Hulk. The most evil parts of Bruce spawned from Bruce's need for a father figure. I'll talk a little bit more about him later. And speaking of father figures, Brian Banner, Bruce's father, is a major character in the series. He's trapped in the below place, and his spirit is being used by the One Below All as a vessel as part of its plan to destroy reality. Eventually, Brian is freed from its control, only to then get absorbed by the leader. Should also mention that Hulk and a woman named Jackie McGee travel into hell for a bit. Jackie is a journalist obsessed with Hulk after Hulk indirectly led to the death of her father over a decade prior, and she's a major character in the series. I'll go further into detail about plot points in Immortal Hulk as the video goes on. I just wanted to quickly go over some of the more notable aspects of the series early in the video. Well, early in the video, but I think we're like 40 minutes in. Hulk 2099. First appearing in 2099 Unlimited Issue 1, released in May of 1993, John Eisenhart was a concept hunter working for Lotus Land Entertainment in the far-off year of 2099. A concept hunter is a type of lawyer in this reality who specializes in getting the rights to things. In the year 2099, there's a cult known as the Knights of Banner who worship the Hulk and do experiments to turn themselves into Hulk-like beings. Or at least they try. This cult caught the attention of Lotus Land Entertainment, who sent John to get the rights to produce a project based on the cult. But this didn't end well, as when he discovered that the cult were trying to create a new Hulk, John reported them to the police. And during the fight between the cult and police, well, I say fight, but it was really more of a massacre. During the massacre, the cult's super secret scary science device that they created to create a new Hulk activated and turned John into a new Hulk, referred to as Hulk 2099. Feeling bad about getting the Knights of Banner killed, he swore to protect the survivors. He fails to do so, as the final survivor, Gawain, is killed by a cyborg named Draco. So in response, John swore to destroy Draco and defend the innocent. Draco wasn't the only bad guy that he faced off against. There was also the Golden One, an artificial person created to be the perfect man. He went rogue and began creating his very own army of mutants, including the Anti-Hulk. Basically, a random dude turned into an evil version of Hulk 2099. So, did Hulk succeed in defending the innocent? No, not really. Around this time, Doctor Doom 2099 had taken over the United States, and people weren't very happy about that. Some of these people were the group the Locusts, led by Hulk's brother, who was also a Gamma mutant. And they wanted to detonate a giant gamma bomb that would not only trigger a massive earthquake, but would also leave a good chunk of California a toxic radioactive nightmare. And Hulk failed to stop the bomb from going off. And shortly after this, he was gunned down by SHIELD agents using anti-gamma guns. At least, maybe. It's left ambiguous who SHIELD really killed in the aftermath of the Gamma Bomb, with the options being either Hulk 2099, Anti-Hulk, Hulk 2099's brother, or some random dude mutated into a Hulk-like form by the Gamma Bomb. Regardless, Hulk 2099 has never appeared again, though he is mentioned by Spider-Man 2099 in Spider-Man 2099 Issue 6, released in November of 2014, in which Miguel mentions that he could have called Hulk for help. So, I guess he didn't die. As for his powers, Hulk 2099 has a lot of your standard Hulk powers, including superhuman strength, durability, and stamina. Though, unlike the normal Hulk, Hulk 2099 has extremely long claws, and retains John's intelligence when transformed. As for his appearances in media, Hulk 2099 has appeared in LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2 and Marvel Heroes. Grey Hulk. While Joe Fixit is known as the Grey Hulk actually predates Joe Fixit by quite a while. In Incredible Hulk Issue 1, released in March of 1962, in Hulk's very first appearance, he was gray. This gray color scheme was only for a single issue, as in Issue 2, he was now his iconic green color. So why was this? Why was he gray for a single issue? Well, it's pretty simple. Stan Lee actually wanted the Hulk to be gray, but when the issue was being made, while he was still gray, the issue's colorist gave him a tiny green hue. And Stan Lee really liked this, so it was decided that Hulk would be green from now on. Though I've also seen the explanation for this being that Hulk being gray would cause issues with printing, so it was decided to give Hulk proper coloring in order to avoid these issues. Now, the in-universe explanation is that Hulk turned green due to the gamma radiation inside of him still mutating and goofing around. This is why when Bruce gives himself back his Hulk powers much later into the series, he's gray. Jonathan Hensleigh's Hulk film. In 1995, Universal was trying to create a live-action Hulk film. Jonathan Hensleigh joined the project as a producer, but saw his chance at making a name for himself once director Joe Johnston left the project, and so he begged Universal to give him the chance to write and direct the Hulk film, and they said yes. Hensleigh's Hulk film was going to follow Bruce as he worked on ways to colonize Mars, and he did so via experimenting on former death row inmates. See, these 3 prisoners agreed to be experimented on by Banner in exchange for them not to be executed. But why was Bruce experimenting on people to begin with? Simple. He was experimenting with gamma radiation and animal DNA in order to make it so that humans could survive on Mars without spacesuits. And because this is a Hulk story, something goes wrong, and a giant gamma explosion goes off, mutating Bruce and the prisoners. The prisoners become mutated versions of animals, a hummingbird, a rhinoceros beetle, and an ant. The prisoners then escape and go on a rampage. Bruce transforms into the Hulk to stop them, and one by one, Hulk stops them, while also saving a bunch of people from a collapsing bridge, and later a rocket that one of the former prisoners planned on dropping on a town. The film ends with a cure for the gamma mutations being created, and Bruce and Martin are cured of their mutations. Oh right, Martin. During the film, Bruce is introduced to Martin, a man experimented on by the government over a decade before the events of the film. But the experiments were deemed a failure, and so Martin was locked up in a rather unique prison. It's a normal house in the middle of nowhere guarded by the military. Anyways, the effects in the film would be a mix between CGI and animatronics, with several giant animatronics being made, including a nearly 30-foot tall Hulk animatronic. So why didn't this film end up happening? Well, Universal had a regime change during production, and the new guys in charge felt like Hensleigh was out of his league with a project like Hulk. So Universal executives told him to rewrite the film in order to lower the film's $100 million budget. But Hensleigh was really annoyed by all of this, and eventually left the project. Maestro. First appearing in Hulk Future Imperfect issue 1, released in December of 1992, Maestro is a potential future Bruce Banner. Though because of how Marvel and DC treat their stories set in the future, while this future could happen to Earth-616, the story takes place in an alternate universe. Maestro comes from a future where a nuclear war and global bioweapon attack occurred, which pretty much wiped out almost all of humanity. Bruce was able to survive not just because of his gamma radiation, but also because he was kept in stasis by AIM, who had survived the war. They had him captive so that they could use his DNA to create gamma mutants that would be able to repopulate the world. But Hulk wasn't cool with this and eventually broke out. He then traveled to New York City, which had been turned into a city called Dystopia. Very on the nose. There, he met 2 people, Rick Jones and Hercules. Hercules was a bit crazy, and as soon as he met Hulk, he was like, "I'ma fight him." Hulk escaped the fight, and then traveled to the ruins of Alchemex, and created an army of giant robotic dogs. He then showed the dogs off to the people of Dystopia, and was like, "Hey, make me your leader, we can rebuild the civilization, look what I can build." But they all ignored him. So Hulk decided to take over using force instead. But Hercules stopped that real quick. So Hulk decided to play the long game and left. When he eventually returned, he had a scheme to kill Hercules. And it worked. But by this point, Rick had abandoned Hulk, believing him to be a monster. He even tried to kill Hulk, but of course, Hulk survived. Or should I say, Hulk died, and Maestro survived. Maestro was the name given to Hercules in the apocalypse, so Hulk decided to take up the name as his own. And so, Maestro began his plan to take over the world, which led him into conflict with the last surviving superhumans of the world, including Dr. Doom, Namor, the android Human Torch, Abomination, and She-Hulk. But none of them were able to defeat Maestro. Though in all fairness, this is partially because some of the superhumans, cough cough Abomination, weren't exactly team players. So Rick Jones decided that if the heroes from the future couldn't save them, maybe the heroes from the past could. So he and his rebel forces used a time machine to bring Hulk from the past into the future to take down Maestro. Hulk, who was the Professor Hulk persona, was only just able to defeat Maestro, sending him back in time to the detonation of the gamma bomb that turned him into Hulk in the first place. This killed Maestro's physical form, though his spirit survived, and he was eventually able to absorb enough radiation to bring himself back to life, only for some trolls from Asgard to find him, capture him, and extract his soul. They then placed his soul in a destroyer, and eventually, the Maestro-controlled destroyer would face off against Hulk, only to finally be killed for good. As for his powers, Maestro has pretty much all of Hulk's abilities, as he's literally just an alternate future Hulk. Though his powers are supercharged due to the radiation present in post-apocalyptic America. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2, Contest of Champions, Square Enix's Avengers, Hulk and the Agents of Smash, Marvel Rivals, The Midnight Suns Game, Marvel Future Fight, Avengers Academy, and the Incredible Hulk movie tie-in game. Greenland. Greenland is an island nation owned by Denmark. It's got a fairly low population for its landmass, at roughly 56,000 people. Healthcare is free, it's got some of the best LGBT rights in the world, and it shares the name Greenland with a fictional comic country. First appearing in Planet Hulk issue 1, released in May 2015, Greenland is the result of Secret Wars 2015. Basically, Dr. Doom created a reality called Battle World, and it was built using the remains of various universes. Greenland is literally a country of nothing but Hulks. There was a Captain America Hulk variant. His whole thing was that he joined the Gamma Powers program instead of the Super Soldier program, which of course turned him into a Hulk. There's a Wasp Hulk variant who's married to Hank Pym, who actually isn't a Hulk variant. There's a Spider-Man Hulk variant, who became a rampaging monster after his Uncle Ben died. There's a General Ross Hulk variant, who's actually this universe's Red King. And there's even a Rick Jones Hulk variant, who has the ability to transform himself into sand. There's also various Gamma animals, basically Gamma-mutated animals. If it existed in Greenland, it was most likely a Gamma mutant. Anyways, enough about the people who made up Greenland. Greenland is the largest country in Battleworld, and was easily the most dangerous part of Battleworld. I mean, they straight up have entire lakes of liquid gamma radiation. It's a nightmare world. A nightmare world that no longer exists, as after Secret Wars 2015, Battleworld was destroyed. Eldest. First appearing in Hulk Annual, released in May of 2023, Eldest is the child of the Mother of Horrors, an eldritch being born before reality who hated the one above all, aka Marvel God. So she hid the Earth from God, only for God to eventually beat the crap out of her and capture her. Luckily for the Mother of Horrors, while one of her children was killed, Eldest survived and lived on Earth for seemingly the planet's entire life. Surviving for millions of years, Eldest took the form of many different people and led multiple empires throughout history. They did all of this in an effort to free their mother, which led to Eldest being discovered by the One Below All, who prevented them from succeeding in their mission. And for thousands of years, Eldest was trapped in a tomb, but eventually Eldest would escape, and discovered the existence of Hulk and other Gamma mutants. So they began to kidnap Gamma mutants with the goal of possessing them to try and free their mother. But none of them were working, so they set their eyes on Hulk. This didn't work, however, as when they eventually confronted Hulk, they discovered that Dr. Voodoo had placed a protection spell on Hulk. Which is good news for Hulk, as not only does this mean that he couldn't be possessed, but it also means that he couldn't be killed by Eldest, as every single Gamma mutant possessed by Eldest, like Sakaar, Betty Ross, Absorbing Man, and the Abomination, were killed right after their bodies failed to free Eldest's mom. Eventually, Eldest would get their way, as Hulk's protection spell weakened over time, so Eldest one day literally ripped Bruce out of Hulk, separating the two and possessing Hulk. And finally, they were able to free the Mother of Horrors. Except, not really, as the Mother of Horrors just kinda gave up. Yeah, I guess millions of years of being held prisoner will do that to ya. Infuriated that their mother had given up, Eldest, still possessing Hulk, decided to then eat parts of their mother, gaining an insane power boost. They then decided to start calling themselves the Infernal Hulk, and as the Infernal Hulk, they began a scheme to turn Earth into a Lovecraftian nightmare. This story is actually still ongoing, so if you're interested in what happens, go read the comics. As for their powers, they are literally immortal. They can also possess people, create fire from nothing, fly, shapeshift, grow to the size of a kaiju, and fire energy beams. And as the Infernal Hulk, they have all of that, plus all of Hulk's powers.
Get ready to smash! We'll be right back to the Incredible Hulk on Disney XD.
Smash! The power of the Hulk could be yours when you need it with Hulk Hands. Hulk Hands, hear them roar. With all the thunderous sounds of the Hulk built in. The power of the Hulk is in your hands.
I've got the power of the Hulk in my hands, and I like it!
Hulk Hands, with real Hulk sounds. Is there a Hulk in you?
That's fantastic!
Witness the fury. Now back to the Incredible Hulk on Disney XD.
Hulk's powers were originally day and night based. Remember how I said that Joe Fixit only came out at night originally? Well, it was only retconned that this was related to how Joe represented teenage Bruce. Originally, this was just a reference to how Hulk used to operate. In the very first issue of The Incredible Hulk, Hulk's powers worked differently from how we know them to work nowadays. Instead of transforming into Hulk when he's angry, Bruce would transform into the Hulk whenever it became nighttime. This continued until the third issue of The Incredible Hulk, meaning that this day and night based aspect of the character actually outlived his original gray self. Granted, only by a single issue, but still. As for why his powers used to work like that, one of Hulk's inspirations is the story of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and usually, Mr. Hyde is shown coming out during the night, though not always. Sakaar? First appearing in World War Hulk issue 5, released in January of 2005, Sakaar is the son of the Hulk and Kyara. But how can this be, I hear you ask? She died before she gave birth. And that's true, but that didn't matter. Right after she died, a cocoon containing Sakaar as a fetus showed up, and after a year, he was born. This only happened because Sakaar is a rather unique individual, as he's half Gamma mutant and half Shadow Person. His mom was a Shadow Person, an alien species with connections to the Old Power, an artificial version of the energy source, the Power Cosmic, aka where Galactus's and Silver Surfer's powers come from. And using her connection to the Old Power, Kyera protected Sakaar from death. And so, Sakaar was raised in the Sakaar wilderness by a Shadow Person named Old Sam. Now, you'd think that the son of the Hulk would be a well-respected individual on Sakaar, and he was. For a little while, until he believed that the Red King, who Hulk had spared, had turned a new leaf. So he began to work with him, which made most of the people on Sakaar hate him. Eventually, the Silver Surfer showed up to Sakaar to warn Sakaar that Galactus was on his way, and that if Sakaar were to use his connections to the Old Power, he could reactivate a whole bunch of old ships created by the Shadow People that would be able to evacuate the planet. Sakaar said, "No thanks," and instead tried to destroy Sakaar himself. You see, after Hulk left Sakaar, a man named X-Man Bones showed up and took control over the planet. And Sakaar was not exactly a fan of him, and was hell-bent on destroying the planet out of revenge for everyone on Sakaar supporting X-Men over him. So in order to convince Sakaar to do the right thing, the spirit of his mother showed up and worked with the Silver Surfer to show Sakaar the horrors of Galactus. And this worked. Sakaar did see the horrors of Galactus. So he used his connections to the Old Power to destroy every single ship on the planet. He then told the Silver Surfer that if Galactus didn't spare Sakaar, he would use the Old Power to make him even hungrier. This threat didn't work, and Kyera's ghost showed back up and sent her son into exile, after denouncing him as being her kid. And that planet that he was sent to was Earth, where he would battle Hulk. Only he didn't want to fight normal Hulk, he wanted to fight the Green Scar. So when Savage Hulk took control, Scar went,
"Nah, I don't really feel like it,"
and left. Though Bruce would eventually be able to bond with Scar, by trading him to be able to kill the Green Scar if he ever returned. And so, Scar became a superhero, working alongside not just Hulk and friends, but also the Avengers. He even joined the Dark Avengers as a double agent for Captain America. Though this wasn't the only bad guy team that he joined. He willingly joined the Green Spring, a group that wanted to turn people into Gamma mutants. Though, in all fairness, he only joined the group after Doc Green depowered him. Yep, Scar could be depowered, despite not being a traditional Gamma mutant. He did eventually turn on the Green Spring upon learning that they were the bad guys, and luckily he was able to get his powers back before he rebelled. As for his powers, Scar has all of your standard Hulk abilities, superhuman strength, stamina, and durability. But he's also got his connections to the Old Power, which allows him to manipulate stone and lava. Hell, he could even turn himself into stone and speak through the earth. Also, while not a power, Scar usually uses a giant sword instead of using his fists during fights. As for his appearances in media, Scar has appeared in the MCU, Hulk and the Agents of Smash, LEGO Marvel's Avengers, Avengers Academy, Ultimate Spider-Man, and LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2. Original casting. Just like with every other film or show ever made, some actors didn't make the cut when they auditioned for roles in Hulk-related films and shows. That, or they declined a role offered to them. Here's a list of some actors who either auditioned for roles, were offered roles, or were considered for roles in Hulk films and shows, but for whatever reason didn't end up getting the part. As for the 1970s Hulk, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Richard Kiel were considered for the role. As for the 2003 Bruce Banner, Johnny Depp, Jeff Goldblum, Billy Crudup, Steve Buscemi, Tom Cruise, and Edward Norton were considered for the role. As for Bruce Banner in The Incredible Hulk, Dominic Purcell, David Duchovny, Liev Schreiber, and Mark Ruffalo were considered for the role. As for the Abomination, Ray Stevenson was considered for the role. As for Bruce Banner after he was recasted after The Incredible Hulk, Joaquin Phoenix and Matthew McConaughey were considered for the role. And finally, for She-Hulk, Betty Gilpin, Alison Brie, Gillian Jacobs, and Zoe Chow were considered for the role. Lyra. First appearing in Hulk Raging Thunder, released in June of 2008, Lyra is from an alternate universe where Hulk and the genetically enhanced Superwoman, Thundra, had a kid together. And by had a kid together, I mean Thundra took DNA from Earth-616 Hulk and used it to impregnate herself with his kid. In this reality, a bioweapon was released that sterilized 95% of women. The final remaining women who could have kids quickly gained power as the world turned against men, as they believed that men were responsible for dooming their species. But the men, understandably, didn't really like this, and eventually rebelled against them, and a worldwide war of the sexes began. Lyra was born after the sterilization bomb, so she took part in the fight against man. Now, the women of this reality were repopulating themselves with test tube babies, since they couldn't really have kids with men. But one day, this method failed, which led to Lyra, being the last natural-born, being sent on a mission to another reality, Earth-616. Or, I guess, technically the past. Yeah, this is another case of this being a potential future. Anyways, now that she's in the present, she must get impregnated by Norman Osborn. See, because the test tube baby thing in the future is broken, the genetically enhanced superwomen will go extinct. So Lyra was sent back in time to have kids, in order to ensure that their race continues. And history lied to her about Norman Osborn, as many people in the future believed that he was history's greatest hero. So Lyra wanted to have a kid with him. But as soon as she finds out that, no, he's not a hero, he's pretty evil, she completely abandons the mission, and is then recruited into the extra-dimensional security group Armor. And after that, she becomes a superhero, and a close ally of She-Hulk, who becomes her mentor. As for Bruce's opinion on her, he's pretty chill with her. The two try and bond, but Hulk was never in her life back in her reality, for obvious reasons. So while they become good friends, they both decide that they don't need to do the whole father-daughter thing. So Bruce asks Jen to not only continue being her mentor, but to let her live with her. And Lyra does, as she continues being a superhero, until one day, Doc Green showed up and was like, "Hey, you're technically a Gamma mutant, so I'm gonna send you back to your own reality." Only his AI companion was like, "Nope, I'm gonna send her to the Nightmare Dimension." And so she got sent to the Nightmare Dimension instead. And it's here that she did some interesting things. She not only conquered the Nightmare Dimension, she became its empress, and had her own enslaved harem of male demons. And she was happy here. She loved being an empress and enslaving people. So when she was accidentally rescued, she was really mad and demanded to be returned to the Nightmare Dimension. Kinda seems like character regression, bordering on character assassination, but okay. Eventually, her mom Thundra would find her, and the two would go off together and live in another reality, that being Weird World, and she hasn't been seen since 2017, so it seems that Marvel writers forgot about her. As for her powers, Lyra is a half Gamma mutant, half genetically enhanced woman, so she's got insane strength and durability. She also has the ability to spot weaknesses in people, and she naturally gives off anti-symbiote pheromones, so symbiotes can't go near her. She sounds pretty strong, but there's one tiny problem with her. Her powers are like the Hulk, except they work in reverse. The angrier she gets, the weaker she gets. As for her appearances in media, she's only appeared as a skin for She-Hulk in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Hulk joins the Fantastic Four. Okay, technically Hulk has never actually joined the Fantastic Four, but he has joined the new Fantastic Four. In Fantastic Four issue 347, released in October of 1990, a Skrull fugitive named Delilah arrives on Earth and hides in the Fantastic Four's base. There, she somehow knocks out every single member of the team and begins her plan. She wants to create a new Fantastic Four team in order to battle the Skrulls that are tracking her down. So, she pretends to be Sue and contacts Spider-Man, Hulk, Wolverine, and Danny Ketch Ghost Rider. The four heroes arrive as she tells them that the Fantastic Four have been murdered, and now somebody else needs to take over and help her track down the killer, aka the Skrulls. So all four heroes agree, and the new Fantastic Four are born. Meanwhile, the Skrulls have been stealing monsters from Mole Man and been releasing them in San Francisco, Mexico City, New York City, Washington DC, and Moscow in an effort to find Delilah. The new Fantastic Four battle one of the monsters, which leads them to Mole Man's home. There, Mole Man reveals that he's captured all of the Skrulls. The Skrull commander then reveals that Delilah has traveled to Earth in search of a weapon that she can use to destroy the Skrull Empire, and that this new Fantastic Four group was made in an effort to distract the Skrulls. But then, that's when Reed and Delilah arrive. While this was all happening, Reed was woken up and forced to work with her as she held his family hostage. Delilah attempts to convince the heroes and Mole Man to kill the Skrulls, but they all decide not to. Though, in order to spare Reed's life, the new Fantastic Four have to help her find the weapon. Meanwhile, the rest of the Fantastic Four wake up, and meet up with the new Fantastic Four, the Skrulls, and Mole Man. A battle ensues, and Delilah is captured by the Skrulls. And so, the day is saved, and the new Fantastic Four disband. But this wasn't the last time they teamed up, as in Spider-Man issue 22, released in March of 1992, Hulk, Spider-Man, and Ghost Rider teamed back up again, but instead of Wolverine, they worked with the hero Deathlock, or as he was known at the time, Sleepwalker. Then, all four original members were brought together again to work under Doctor Strange in Fantastic Four issue 374, released in January of 1993. And finally, in the new Fantastic Four miniseries releasing from June 2022 to October of the same year, the original team meets back up and faces off against the Ghost Rider villain Asmodeus. Though this story actually takes place around the time of the original story, so chronologically speaking, it's the second time that this team has formed. Devil Hulk. First appearing in Incredible Hulk issue 13, released in February of 2000, the Devil Hulk is yet another Hulk persona, and this persona is rather crazy, thus the name Devil Hulk. When Bruce found out about the Devil Hulk, he quickly realized that if this dude were to take control, the Earth would be goofed. So he makes a deal with Savage Hulk, Professor Hulk, and Joe Fixit. Yeah, Professor Hulk is a combined form, but also his own thing. And this deal entails the three personalities keeping Devil Hulk in check. Now, Devil Hulk wants to take control of Bruce at this time because Bruce was dying of ALS, and if he transformed into Devil Hulk, Bruce would be able to live inside of his own mind, while Devil Hulk freely walked around without suffering from ALS. With the catch being that Devil Hulk would probably do some awful things in the real world. Luckily, when Bruce is cured of ALS, the Devil Hulk backs off and doesn't return until Immortal Hulk, in which the truth behind him comes out. Devil Hulk is not actually the most evil Hulk variant. He was created from Bruce's desire for a father figure, and he wasn't evil. He just looks and sounds evil because Bruce can't imagine love without pain. Devil Hulk only attacks people if they're a threat to Bruce. Ever since Bruce was a kid, Devil Hulk wanted to take control of Bruce so that he could kill Bruce's abusive father. He's essentially the father figure of this messed up Hulk mind family. As for his appearances in media, he appears in Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction, Guilt Hulk. Now it's time for the actual most evil Hulk persona, First appearing in Incredible Hulk issue 377, released in November of 1990, Guilt Hulk is the representation of Bruce's feelings about his father. And since his father was extremely abusive, Guilt Hulk is a literal monster. He hasn't really appeared too much, and is easily the simplest of Hulk's personas, since he's just evil. Luckily, the other personalities in Bruce's head realize this, and are always making sure that this dude doesn't break out and take control of Bruce. But he does eventually take control of Brian Banner. Kinda. During the Chaos War storyline, Abomination attempts to escape Hell, and in his efforts, he faces off against Hulk, She-Hulk, Sakaar, Red She-Hulk, and A-Bomb. So he needs some help. So he had the storyline's main big bad guy, the Chaos King, resurrect both of Bruce's parents. But instead of Brian being normal looking, Brian looked nearly identical to Guilt Hulk. This was because he was literally feeding off of the fear from Bruce. Luckily, during the fight, Bruce faces his fears, and Brian loses all of his powers and dies again. Oh, and if you're wondering why Abomination was in Hell, what do you think? He was a murderer, so when he died, he went to Hell. Oh, if you're wondering how he was killed, he was killed by Red Hulk. Planet She-Hulk. Releasing from November of 2025 to, I believe, April of 2026, Planet She-Hulk is exactly what it sounds like. While all of this infernal Hulk stuff is going on Earth, She-Hulk is off on Sakaar chilling. And by chilling, I mean she's fighting near constantly. During the Imperial storyline, Hulk, Jen, and Amadeus Cho travel to Sakaar upon learning that one of Hulk's sons was killed. Not Sakaar. More on him later. So they arrive on Sakaar to investigate, though Hulk and Cho don't stay very long, and continue the investigation off-world, while She-Hulk stays behind. However, Hulk and Cho don't return to Sakaar because of the whole infernal Hulk thing going on, so Jen is now trapped on Sakaar, which brings us into the series itself. In the series, she tries to knock some sense into Sakaar, which is easier said than done. Especially when she's framed for a murder, and she's forced to face off against an old boyfriend of hers. The series is still ongoing, and by the end of it, Jen might become the new ruler of Sakaar. So if you're interested in the story, go check it out. Cancelled Del Toro Hulk series. Yup, you heard that right. Guillermo del Toro was at one point supposed to produce a live-action MCU Hulk series. The series began development in November of 2010, with Del Toro agreeing to work on the project, and was set to write the show's pilot, alongside David Icke. He also agreed to direct the very first episode of the series. The show was planned to air on ABC, which is partially why the show never ended up happening. You see, development on the show was going good until the release of the Avengers. And after the release of the Avengers, Marvel sidelined the project, as ABC were having second thoughts about the show, due to Del Toro wanting the series to be violent. This, along with Del Toro working on Pacific Rim at the same time, led to the show being cancelled. All we know about the show's plot is that it was going to be an origin story of sorts, focusing on Bruce's early life dealing with the Hulk, and the show's effects would have been done with CGI and practical effects. Maestro. Only appearing in She-Hulk Sensational, released in March of 2010, Maestro is a character who might exist? You see, this story is a comedy. The story is about how Jen is annoyed that she's getting older, and how everyone is reminding her of this. She rants to Spider-Man about this, and he tells her that she should go through a story like A Christmas Carol in order to appreciate her life again. And sure enough, this happens, as Stan Lee shows up and tells her that 3 ghosts will be appearing to her. The first 2 She-Hulk ghosts aren't too interesting, as they're just She-Hulk from the past and present. But the third one is Maestro, a She-Hulk from a potential future where she becomes an evil warlord in a post-apocalyptic world. And Jen's not really cool with this. Not because she could become evil one day, but instead because the evil version of a superhero trope is pretty overdone. and the story ends with all of this being revealed to be a dream. Maestro has surprisingly never appeared in anything else, but due to the fact that she's only appeared in this one comedy story, I don't know if she can be considered a character who actually exists in the Marvel multiverse. Though her reality has been given a number, Earth 10051, so I guess she does? Gammatown. Middletown, Arizona used to be your average run-of-the-mill town. Nothing special went on. That was until the leader showed up as part of his scheme to kill the Hulk. He, along with the villains Rock and Redeemer, had planted a gamma bomb in the center of town. And when Hulk decided to try and save the town, he failed, as the leader and his bad boys teleported away and detonated the bomb. Luckily, Hulk had warned the town about the bomb, so the entire town escaped. Except not really, because nobody believed Hulk, so when the bomb went off, almost 5,000 people died, with only 5 people surviving the blast, not including Hulk. These 5 survivors went on to become the supervillain team Riot Squad, and blamed Hulk for the Middletown Massacre, as it was being called. There was Bert, who became the hyper-intelligent Omnibus, Lewis, who became the energy-blasting Hotshot, Father McCall, who became the resurrecting Soul Man, Diane, who became the super-strong Ogress, and Jess, who became the force field-creating Jailbait. She was a teenager. Why did they give the teenage girl the supervillain name of Jailbait? Anyways, Middletown was obviously abandoned due to the explosion, and began being called Gammatown. And to this day in the Marvel Universe, Gammatown is still highly radioactive, essentially being America's Chernobyl. America's other Chernobyl. America's other Chernobyl. John Riker. First appearing in Incredible Hulk issue 12, released in January of 2000, Riker is a general in the United States Army who joined the military not out of love for his country, but instead because his position allowed him to shape the future. For example, he had the Hulk captured so that he could experiment on him and create a cure for cancer. This was due to his wife developing cancer around this time, so he had her cryogenically frozen while he developed a cure. In order to capture the Hulk, he had an entire platoon of soldiers exposed to gamma radiation in order to turn them into Hulk-like beings. This didn't work out, and every soldier died, except for a private named Benjamin Tibbets. So Riker convinced Tibbets, now going by the name Flux, to go after Hulk, by claiming that Hulk had sold the Iraqi government Gamma Tech. So Flux went after Hulk, and the two battled it out, only for Hulk to pretty easily defeat him. Though Hulk would still end up being captured, and so Riker had him tortured and experimented on. Seeing that Riker's experiments were getting out of hand, Ross freed Riker's wife and explained everything. She then snapped at Riker, as while she wanted to be cured, she didn't want to be cured if it meant the torture of innocence. Though she still ended up getting a bit of Hulk's blood in her, which actually ended up curing her. For a bit. The cancer came back and she died. And of course, Riker believed that this was Hulk's fault. By this point, Riker had created a special military task force called Gamma Corps that was made up of soldiers infused with blood of Gamma mutants. So he ordered his team to take Hulk down, but this didn't really work, as while they were actually able to snap Hulk's neck, Hulk still defeated all of them. Years later, and Riker is no longer part of the military. Gee, I wonder why. And is now a CEO of a company who gives people superpowers via gene therapy. And this leads to him getting into conflict with Hulk and friends again, as he sends a new version of Gamma Corps after Lyra. This doesn't go well for them, as Lyra kills them one by one. And that was basically his last story, though there's still a lot of things about him that I want to mention, because Riker is responsible for a lot of crazy things. For starters, he was the inventor of the John F. Kennedy assassination conspiracy theory. In the Marvel Universe, JFK was killed by two Corsican mercenaries. So in order to avoid a Third World War from breaking out, due to how expensive it would be to fight one, Riker had Lee Harvey Oswald take the fall, and created a whole bunch of fake stories about who was really responsible for JFK's death. Basically, he created a whole bunch of conspiracies to cover up the truth. He's also responsible for various experiments done on the homeless. Probably MKUltra stuff. He also ordered a napalm strike on his own men during the Vietnam War. And, oh yeah, that original Gamma Corps? They all agreed to join because they hated the Hulk and wanted him dead. But they only hated the Hulk because Stryker had manipulated them into thinking that the Hulk was responsible for their problems. So he gaslit these people into mutating themselves. Side note, a bit of a fan theory. Riker might be connected to another Marvel hero, that being Josiah X. As part of Josiah X's backstory has him and his fellow soldiers getting napalm striked by their own commander during the Vietnam War. Now, the dude who did this is shown, but he's never named. So, maybe this guy was Riker. I don't think the author of the comic was intending this to be Riker, but it's an interesting idea for a retcon. Anyways, as for Riker's appearances in media, Riker's only appeared in the 2003 Hulk game. John Turman's Hulk film. So while John Turman is credited as one of the writers for Hulk 2003, the final project is far from his original draft. In fact, he began work on the project long before Ang Lee got involved. In 1994, Turman was brought on board to write a script for a live-action Hulk film. Despite Stan Lee really liking the script, Universal weren't as thrilled about his script, so they removed him from the project. Though Ang Lee would look over his script and used ideas from it, which is why he's still credited as a writer for the final film. So what was Turman's Hulk film going to look like? Well, the film would have adapted Hulk's classic origin story of Bruce saving Rick Jones from an explosion. Which means, yes, Rick Jones was going to be in the film, as was Thunderbolt Ross, Talbot, Brian Banner, Doc Samson, and the Leader. But the Leader was going to be renamed. Instead of being Samuel Stearns, his name was going to be Edward Leder, spelt L-E-D-E-R. Leader. Yeah, that was a dumb idea. He was going to be working with a terrorist group who planned on taking the gamma bomb research and selling it to North Korea or Pakistan. Betty would have also appeared in the film, but instead of being a scientist, she was going to be an FBI agent specialized in counterintelligence. Another strange change was with Hulk, as Bruce was going to have EMP powers. Basically, when he got mad, electronics would malfunction and lights would explode. Anyways, Leader, was the one responsible for the gamma bomb going off during its dismantling process, but frames Bruce for it. So Bruce has to go on the run with Rick Jones. While Ross and crew hunt down Hulk, Leader would experiment on some mercenaries, turning them into cyborg soldiers he called Cyber Soldiers. At the end of the film, Hulk would transform back into Bruce in order to deactivate another gamma bomb, but is killed in the process. But while Bruce is killed, Hulk lives, and he wakes up, now in full control over the body. Betty would ask Hulk to remember his life as Bruce, but Hulk wouldn't, and instead walks off with Rick as the film ends. The One Below All. First appearing in Immortal Hulk issue 4, released in August of 2018, the One Below All is one of the main antagonists of Immortal Hulk, and is the ruler of the Below Place. It's essentially the evil counterpart to the One Above All, aka Marvel God, but it's not the devil. Well, it's called the devil, but there's also like 10 different devils in Marvel Comics. It's more of a title, if anything. Created by the Mother of Horrors when she attacked the One Above All, the One Below All was trapped for thousands upon thousands of years in the Below Place. Though it could still affect other realities, as gamma energy is actually created from it. Which means people like the Hulk are actually bits of the One Below All's power. After Brian Banner was killed during Chaos War, he ended up in the Below Place, where he became a pawn of One Below All. Using the One Below All's connection to Gamma mutants, Brian began possessing various Gamma mutants, like Sasquatch, Absorbing Man, and Jailbait. All of this was to lure out Bruce, and it worked. Brian, or the One Below All, captured Bruce, and brought him into the Below Place, but his plan to possess Bruce failed, and Bruce escaped. But that wasn't the last time that Hulk came into contact with the One Below All. Eventually, the leader would receive a distress signal from the far future. How far into the future? Over 10 billion years later. In the future, the One Below All successfully possesses Bruce, and using Bruce, he kills every single person in the universe. He even killed Eternity, the embodiment of the Marvel Universe and time itself. And after he killed and absorbed its powers, he then created a brand new reality and transformed himself into a planet-sized Hulk called the Breaker of Worlds. And he then proceeded to eradicate not just all life in the universe, but everything. Planets, stars, the elements, and even light itself. So hearing this warning, the leader decided to ensure that this future happens, and traveled to the Below Place where he absorbed Brian Banner, and worked with the One Below All to possess Bruce. The leader is eventually possessed by the One Below All, and battles Savage Hulk and Joe Fixit, who are now separated. And by battle, I mean Hulk rescues the leader, but they don't really fight the One Below All, because you kinda can't. You see, the only way to defeat the One Below All is to remove its personality. By default, it doesn't have one. It just serves as a counterweight of sorts to the One Above All. But when Brian was possessed by it, it gave the One Below All a personality. So by removing the leader from the Below Place, the One Below All didn't have anyone else to possess, so it lost its sentience, and just went back to its normal job of being a counterweight. As for its powers, the One Below All is literally all-powerful, and can create entire armies of monsters to fight for it. Though because it doesn't have a personality, it doesn't really do anything. And it's also trapped in the Below Place, requiring green doors in order to affect reality. And these doors are opened up when somebody turns into a Gamma mutant. The Omega Hulk. From August of 2014 to May of 2015, the Hulk series went through a storyline called the Omega Hulk. Right before this storyline, Bruce was almost assassinated due to the group the Brotherhood of the Shield, an ancient secret society, believing that he was going to be responsible for a global extinction event. This assassination almost worked. He was shot in the head but miraculously survived, though he had severe brain damage. So Tony Stark walked in and decided to help his old friend by using the Extremis virus on Bruce. For those that don't know, the Extremis virus is a bunch of nanomachines that were developed as part of a super soldier program. And these nanomachines could heal people. And oh boy did it heal Bruce. Not only was Bruce healed of his injuries, but he became even smarter, and eventually decided to mess around with the Extremis in his blood, and made it so that he was even smarter. But this had a side effect. It awakened another personality inside of Bruce, one that I've already mentioned a few times. Doc Green. Doc Green is basically Professor Hulk, but even smarter, and kind of a sociopath. Using his intelligence, he came to the conclusion that gamma-based mutants are way too dangerous to be around, and that these gamma mutations have all made their lives worse. So he went around depowering gamma-based mutants one by one without their consent. Red She-Hulk, Sakaar, A-Bomb, the Leader, Red Hulk, and even the members of the original Gamma Corps were depowered. Abomination would have probably been included in this crusade, but he was recently teleported into space, so he wasn't a threat to anyone at the moment. And as mentioned before, he accidentally sent Lyra to the Nightmare Dimension in order to get rid of her. Surprisingly, She-Hulk wasn't actually a target. as Doc Green believed that she wasn't a threat, and she was the only person whose life improved because of their mutation. Anyways, Doc Green didn't work alone, as he had help from an AI he created called Project Omega, who was also a sociopath. See, Doc Green knew that eventually, when he transformed back into Bruce wouldn't be happy with all of the stuff that he's been doing, so he would do everything in his power to never transform again. So Omega was basically an AI clone of Doc Green created to replace Doc Green if Bruce refused to transform. Omega was also programmed to kill Betty if Bruce refused to transform. Like I said, he's a sociopath. Eventually, Omega went rogue and renamed itself Gammon and tried to take control of Doc Green. It even repowered the leader. Doc Green attempted to stop Gammon, but failed, and Gammon got away. Anyways, the storyline ended with Doc Green admitting that he may have gone a bit too far in some areas, and he tells She-Hulk that the only Gamma mutant that he'll ever cure in the future is himself, in the event that he returns to being the normal Hulk. After this storyline, Doc Green would stick around for a bit, until Secret Wars 2015, and after that, Hulk went back to normal. As for Doc Green's appearances in media, he's appeared in Square Enix's Avengers and Marvel Battle Lines. Kid Hulk. In Tales to Astonish issue 13, released in September of 1980, the hero Nighthawk faces off against the Hulk. Kinda, not really. One day, the villain Cyrus Black decided to do some trolling and gave 3 random kids the Rings of Rancor. These are magical rings that allow people to turn themselves into their wildest dreams. And these 3 kids really wanted to be Captain America, Hulk, and Spider-Man. Cyrus convinces the kids to attack Nighthawk, as they believe that this is just a game. So they battle Nighthawk, but not very well. Because while the rings do give the kids very basic versions of Hulk, Spider-Man, and Captain America's abilities, these are just kids at the end of the day. They don't really know how to fight. So Nighthawk pretty easily defeats them. Or at least he could've. Because, like I said, these are just kids. He doesn't want to fight them. So instead of just beating the crap out of them, Nighthawk convinces the kids to take off their rings and play a different game. He then knocks out Cyrus, and the day is saved. Betty Ross becomes She-Hulk. While Betty Ross's time as Red She-Hulk is pretty well known, not as many people know that she also became just plain old She-Hulk. Just not in the main Marvel universe. In the Ultimate Universe, Betty didn't really do all that much. For a while, she was just known for being Thunderbolt Ross's daughter, dating Freddie Prinze Jr., and for only liking Bruce after she saw him destroy himself in an attempt to impress her. No, that's not a joke. Upon seeing how madly in love Bruce was for her in his Hulk form, she decided to give Bruce another shot. And when Hulk was eventually put on trial for accidentally and purposely killing a whole bunch of people, Betty offered to have sex with Bruce at his trial in front of everyone. Yeah, that's a Mark Millar comic if I've ever seen one. Eventually, Wolverine would be ordered to kill the Hulk, so Betty decided to take drastic measures. She discovered that Jen had created a Hulk formula that didn't include the Hulk-like rage. So she stole a vial of the serum and told Nick Fury that Jen was planning on selling the serum to the Chinese government. She did this in order to distract S.H.I.E.L.D. But when S.H.I.E.L.D. found out that Jen wasn't selling the formula and was instead just trying to pirate Star Trek 2009, S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to stop Betty, but it was too late. Betty had taken the serum by stabbing it into her butt, and she very sexually transformed into She-Hulk. Yeah, she's like into turning into She-Hulk. It's just like an author's barely disguised fetish. So she confronted Hulk and Wolverine, and this didn't work out. as Hulk was pretty angry with her and beat the crap out of her. Betty would escape, only to be tracked down by Wolverine, and the two fought. She actually managed to get a few good blows in before Wolverine ruptured her spleen. S.H.I.E.L.D. then captured Betty and began work on a way to reverse engineer the formula out of her. And that's it. She was She-Hulk for like 3 issues and never appeared again. Ravage. First appearing in Rampaging Hulk issue 2, released in July of 1998, Jeffrey Crawford was one of Bruce Banner's mentors while Bruce was in college. The two became pretty close, but when Bruce graduated, the two lost contact. Unfortunately, both Bruce and Crawford eventually developed some problems. Bruce developed Hulk, while Crawford developed a neuromuscular disease that was slowly taking away his ability to move. It's not stated what this disease is, but I'm fairly certain it's intended to be ALS. Anyways, the two would meet up as Bruce tracked him down in order to ask him to help him cure him of Hulk. Crawford agreed to try and cure Bruce, but he had ulterior motives. He did want to help Bruce, but he also wanted to cure himself of the disease that was destroying him. So in secret, Crawford subjected himself to an experiment to give himself Hulk powers. And it worked. He was now a Hulk-like monster known as Ravage. He then attacked Hulk because he believed that Bruce was purposely trying to hoard the Hulk's powers for himself. The two would fight, and Ravage would actually win. Though upon sunrise, Ravage turned back into Crawford. Turns out that his powers were working like the original Hulk powers. Ravage only came out at night. Yup, it was retconned that this day and night thing was part of the gamma radiation in Bruce's blood still settling and mutating. Anyways, Bruce tried to convince Crawford to try and cure himself, but Crawford refused, and he had Bruce arrested by the military in order to keep him away from him while he was figuring out a way to transform into Ravage permanently. I don't really know what Crawford was expecting though, because as soon as Bruce was arrested, he was just like, "Hey, Crawford's a Hulk." So Ross sent men to arrest Crawford. Bruce then transformed into the Hulk in order to stop Crawford, and the two fought each other while the military watched. Hulk won the fight, and Ravage was frozen with a freeze ray. And to this day, Ravage sits in cryogenic stasis. Yeah, Marvel's had this dude trapped in stasis for 28 years. As for his powers, Ravage has pretty much all of Hulk's basic abilities: super strength, durability, and stamina. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in the 2003 Hulk game and LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2. Hulk becomes Venom. In Absolute Carnage issue 3, released in September of 2019, Carnage is going goofy mode and causing all sorts of nightmares in New York City. Part of the reason for this is that Carnage is finding people, dead or alive, that have bonded to symbiotes over the years, as even when you aren't connected to a symbiote, you still have tiny traces of it left in your system, and Carnage wants to collect these to become even more powerful. So, in the process, he has Thunderbolt Ross's body stolen, because in Venom issue 13.4, released in February of 2012, Red Hulk was very briefly bonded with Venom. By the way, no, Ross wasn't actually dead. He was using a life model decoy to fake his death, which I guess somehow the life model decoy had traces of the Venom symbiote in it, as Carnage still ate the robot's spine and, took the symbiote part out of it, so that's kinda weird. Ross's body being stolen alerts Bruce, which leads him to New York City to investigate, which of course leads him into conflict with Carnage and his symbiote army. Around this time, Eddie Brock and Venom are having some disagreements, as Eddie doesn't really want to fight Carnage, due to Carnage being so powerful. So Venom bails and sees that Hulk's in town, so he bonds to Hulk. And so, Venom Hulk is born, and he almost immediately goes after Carnage. The two battle each other, but unfortunately, while Venom Hulk is pretty tough, and normally would be able to pretty easily take out Carnage, Carnage has become so powerful during this event that he actually defeats Venom Hulk, literally ripping Venom off of Hulk and devouring him. Venom, not Hulk. So sadly, Venom Hulk didn't stick around for very long, though we did get to see the Venom symbiote interacting with Bruce and the other Hulk personas, which is pretty neat. Savage Hulk and Joe Fixit are cool with Venom, but Devil Hulk is not a fan. What if General Ross became Hulk? In What If General Ross Had Become the Hulk, released in December 2004, we're introduced to a reality where, General Ross becomes the Hulk. In this reality, everything is the same up until Rick Jones is discovered at the Gamma bomb site. Bruce offers to go and tell him to leave, but Ross stops him and decides to do it himself, seeing how a military guy is much more imposing than a scientist. When he finds Rick, he places him under arrest, only for the Gamma bomb to go off. Ross is able to get Rick to safety, but is transformed into a Hulk-like being immediately. And because of his sudden transformation, he falls onto Rick, crushing him to death. Afterwards, Ross goes missing, and Bruce begins searching for the scientist who detonated the bomb, while Betty returns to her home, only for Hulk Ross to bust down her door and try to explain himself. But he can't, because while he still has his intelligence, his body is still getting used to the mutations, so he can't talk. It's here that he finally sees what he's become, and he's not happy about it. He begins to run away into the wilderness, but stops when he notices the scientist who detonated the bomb driving Ross's car. Dude tried to kill Ross and stole his car so that he could hand over stolen gamma research to the Soviet Union. Ross was, understandably, a little bit upset about this, so he kills him. But in the process, he accidentally kills a whole bunch of other people as well. By this point, the military is hunting Ross, and a battle ensues. And it's during this fight that Ross accidentally kills Betty. Bruce then confronts Ross and explains to him that he's far too dangerous to live, and executes him, despite Ross wanting to do the right thing and use his powers for good. And after that, the story ends. World War Hulks. Releasing from April of 2010 to August of the same year, World War Hulks is an event story in which everyone gets Hulk powers. At the very end of the previous storyline, Fall of the Hulks, the villain group Intelligentsia enacted their plan of creating their very own Hulk army so that they could take over the United States, and eventually the world. They're able to transform a decent amount of people in Washington, D.C., and the helicarrier that Intelligentsia was based in, into Hulks. They're able to do this as they're absorbing gamma energy from Red Hulk, and shooting the gamma energy at people using the Cathaxis Ray Generator, a device that can harness gamma energy and cure people of its mutations, but can also be used to give people gamma mutations. This device was actually used by Intelligentsia to create Red Hulk, A-Bomb, and Red She-Hulk. But anyways, it's not just random people who get Hulk powers. Nope, a whole bunch of heroes are turned into Hulks as well. These include Cyclops, Carol Danvers, Thor, Spider-Man, Wolverine, War Machine, Deadpool, Captain America, Namor, Storm, Human Torch, Invisible Woman, Iceman, and even The Thing. Meanwhile, Intelligentsia is having a bit of a problem, as Doc Samson rebels against the group, as he thinks this whole turning people into Hulks plan was pretty stupid. No, Doc Samson wasn't evil during this. He was captured by MODOK previously, and was experimented on, which led to him developing an evil personality. And it's this personality that's in control at the moment. While all of this is going on, Reed Richards, Beast, Black Panther, Bruce, and Hank Pym begin to mess with the Ray Generator in an effort to make it unhulkify people. And they needed to do this fast, because the effects of this massive blast were too powerful, and in 24 hours, everyone who was turned into a Hulk via the Ray Generator would die. And their plan to unhulkify people worked. Kinda. They needed help from Samson, who held the machine together as it began draining the gamma energy out of the heroes. But this ended up killing Samson. Despite his death, all of the other heroes are saved, and so the day is saved. Except, not really. As while all of this was happening, Red Hulk had absorbed the leader's gamma energy, which depowered Stern. With Washington, D.C. in chaos, Red Hulk walks into the White House and declares that he's now the President of the United States. Meanwhile, in the aftermath of depowering all of the heroes, Hulk is pretty powerful, as he was connected to the Ray Generator, so all of the gamma energy that was used on the heroes was now inside of him. Seeing how powerful his daddy was, Sakaar shows up to kill him. But Hulk doesn't want to fight. So Sakaar mentions how he left Sakaar to get destroyed by Galactus. That ticks Hulk off, and the two fight, with Hulk coming out on top. Sakaar then realizes that Hulk isn't a monster, and he shouldn't kill him, so the father and son make amends and the day is finally saved. Except not really again, because remember, Red Hulk is still claiming to be the president. So Hulk rolls into the White House and the two Hulks fight, resulting in Hulk defeating Red Hulk and having him sent to prison. And then the day is saved. Hulk the Manga. From 1970 to 1971, a weekly manga about the Hulk was published in Weekly Bakura magazine. This was one of the first collabs between Marvel and the company Kodansha, and it was far from the last. Manga based on Spider-Man, the X-Men, and even Moon Knight were created in the last few decades of the 20th century, and most of these have been republished multiple times. But then we have Hulk. Despite being the original, it's never been republished, becoming kinda lost media. This is especially strange, seeing how not only is it a manga based on Hulk, but it was also written by a well-respected author, Kazuo Koike, known mostly for his work on the series Lone Wolf and Cub. Instead of following Bruce Banner, the series is about a new character named Dr. Araki, a scientist and survivor of the atomic bombing of Hiroshima. Years after World War II, he's part of the Gamma Bomb Project in America, which leads to him getting turned into the Hulk the same way that Bruce Banner did. As in, Bruce Banner in the main Marvel comics, Bruce is not in this series. Now, what do I mean by kinda lost media? Well, you can find most of the manga online, but it's extremely hard to come by, and hasn't been translated into English. The Moon Knight manga, on the other hand, is lost media, as only a few pages of it have ever been found. But anyways, why hasn't the Hulk manga ever been republished? We don't know for sure, though some suspect it's the fact that the series contains some traced art. While 99% of the manga is original artwork, there are a few examples of art from Herb Tripp being ripped almost one-to-one, if not one-to-one. So the theory goes that Marvel doesn't want to republish the manga due to this. I personally think it's far more likely that the series just wasn't as popular as Spider-Man, which came out around the same time, so it fell into obscurity. Hopefully one day this series can either get fan-translated or get an official re-release. The Avengers. In Captain America issue 23, released in August of 2014, we're introduced to a very gross team of characters. Around this time, the villain Zola decided that the best way to defeat the Avengers was to create his very own team of Avengers, using DNA stolen from said Avengers. And so he created the test tube baby mutants, the Unavengers. These horrid things were made up of Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, and Hulk DNA, and were not very effective. That's probably because, while they did have some form of intelligence, they didn't really have many powers to back their brains up. They had super strength, but that's kind of it. I guess the Thor mutant had an axe, the Captain America one, named Captain Zolandia, had a spiky shield, and the Iron Man mutant had sharp claws, but that's kind of it. Probably the most notable thing about them, outside of the fact that they appeared twice and haven't shown back up in well over a decade, is that the Hulk mutant is very clearly designed after Clayface from DC. He doesn't have Clayface's powers, mind you, he just looks like him. Thor becomes Hulk. While Thor had a brief run as a Gamma mutant during the World War Hulk storyline, that wasn't the last time that he had a date with Gamma energy. In Hulk issue 7, released in May of 2022, Hulk and Thor are having an epic space adventure. And by space adventure, I mean Thor thought that Hulk had murdered some people, so he went to arrest Hulk, and the two began to fight, which led to their fight sending them into the far reaches of space. But Bruce isn't in control during this fight, as around this time, Bruce had been tricked by a demon disguised as Doctor Strange, and the demon woke up a brand new personality in Bruce that eventually took control over him, that being Titan. And Titan really likes to kill. So Iron Man shows up to help Thor with his literal celestial-sized Hulkbuster suit. The two fought for a bit, but the fight came to an end when Hulk released a gamma explosion that was the strength of 3,000 gamma bombs, which disabled Iron Man for a bit. And because Thor was in the area, he was hit with all of that gamma energy, and so he became a Hulk. But unfortunately for everyone involved, Thor didn't have his intelligence, and began to go on a rampage, easily defeating Iron Man. Hulk tries to stop him, but he's no match for him. I mean, dude was able to destroy the Bifrost Rainbow Bridge into the World Tree. He's that powerful. Also, that gamma explosion freed Hulk from Titan's control for a bit. Because of this mutation, Thor's hammer deemed Thor not worthy. Well, that, and at the time, Odin's spirit was literally inside the hammer, and he wasn't really thrilled about his son becoming a Gamma mutant. So he makes a deal with Bruce in order to get Thor under control, which of course leads to Hulk becoming Thor. In Thor issue 26, released in June 2022, Hulk absorbs the power of Thor's hammer and is given the powers of Thor. So Hulk Thor and Thor Hulk battle each other on a lifeless moon, and they pretty much destroy it. Their fight is brutal, with Thor Hulk getting his arm ripped off by Hulk Thor, but even with the powers of Thor, Hulk wasn't strong enough to stop Thor. Again, this dude literally destroyed the World Tree. He's that powerful. So Odin steps in and tells Bruce that he's got a plan. Hulk approaches Thor, and Odin starts speaking to him. This calms Thor down for a bit, which serves as a nice distraction, as then Hulk fires out energy from Thor's hammer, which causes a massive explosion. And in the aftermath, Thor is cured of his gamma mutation, and Hulk no longer has Thor's powers. Hulk then bails to figure out how to cure himself of this Titan persona, and fakes his death. And so ends the very brief run of Hulk's time wielding the powers of Thor. More on Titan Hulk a bit later.
Get ready to smash. We'll be right back to The Incredible Hulk on Disney XD.
They've escaped. I repeat, they have escaped.
Can you handle the power of the Hulk? There's 5 to collect, 1 free in each pack of Shreddies, Nesquik, and Golden Nuggets. Plus, watch out for Hulktastic printed cereal and Graham's.
Witness the fury. Now back to The Incredible Hulk on Disney XD.
Rick Jones worked for Marvel. So Marvel Comics exists inside the Marvel Universe. The in-universe Marvel Comics are a comic company that mostly writes comics based on real people. These real people being the Marvel superheroes of their reality. And in Marvel Comics Captain America, released in May of 2000, we discover that Rick Jones has worked for Marvel. See, this comic is special because it's an in-universe comic, and because of that gimmick, Rick Jones is listed as the story's author. And this comic he wrote is about Rick being Captain America's sidekick during World War II, after getting sent back in time. When you think about it, this comic's crazy because it's literally Rick writing fanfiction about himself and his friends, and getting paid for it. By the way, if you're curious as to who actually wrote this comic, it was Peter David. Cancelled 1990s She-Hulk film. Despite how popular She-Hulk is, it took until 2022 to actually get her in live action. But originally, she was going to make her debut in live action decades prior. During the development of the film The Death of the Incredible Hulk, She-Hulk was planned to make an appearance, but this was scrapped. Though ABC were still interested in her, and in 1990, plans were put in place for her to appear in not just the Revenge of the Incredible Hulk, but her own live-action spin-off series. Only for this series and the Revenge of the Incredible Hulk to be cancelled. Only the pilot was written, and plans were put in place to film it. The pilot would have been about Jen meeting Bruce while she's on vacation in the Virgin Islands. In this continuity, the two of them aren't related, and Jen is attacked by a hitman hired to stop her from investigating some corrupt politicians. So Bruce would turn Jen into She-Hulk in order to save her life. Everything was going to plan, until they had to cast She-Hulk. They couldn't actually find anyone that worked. They almost got volleyball player Gabrielle Reese to play her, but Reese insisted that She-Hulk be gold instead of green, because if She-Hulk was green, then she wouldn't be pretty. So ABC just said screw it and cancelled the show. But that wasn't the end for Jen, as shortly after this show's cancellation, Larry Cohen was brought on board by Marvel and New World Pictures to direct a live-action She-Hulk film. The film was planned to be released in the early 1990s, but sadly, the film didn't go anywhere. But that wasn't for a lack of trying. She-Hulk had been casted with Bridget Nielsen playing both her and Jen. In order to get investors interested in funding the project, a photo shoot was held to show off what the film could look like. And, yeah, I wonder why this film didn't happen. So the film was cancelled, and most of the proof of concept photos taken during this photo shoot have been lost to time. Jason DeClercq Spawn. First appearing in She-Hulk issue 22, released in October of 2007, Jacinda is the daughter of the Super Skrull. But unlike the Super Skrull, Jacinda was a good guy. But she wasn't always one, as she was once part of the Skrull Empire, and was one day sent on a mission to find the Psi-Toric Gem, an ancient gem that allowed whoever wielded it to be resurrected. Think of it as a permanent totem of undying. She found the gem being held by the Kree Empire, and in order to steal it, she had to eat it. And when she did, the gem bonded to her and gave her powers. Upon returning to the Skrull Empire, the Skrulls attempted to remove the gem, knowing full well that she would die in the process. Not wanting to die, Jacinda fled and spent years traveling the stars as a bounty hunter, always on the lookout for the Skrull Empire. Eventually, she landed on Earth and went into hiding, working for Freeman Bonding Inc., a subsidiary of GLK&H. Or, by this point in the story, GLK&B. And that's when she came into contact with She-Hulk. The two became pretty good friends, and Jacinda would open up about her past to Jen, while also placing a spy device on her in order to make sure that Jen never betrayed her. Spending years on the run had pretty much destroyed her sense of trust. The two worked together on a whole bunch of jobs, and eventually joined forces with the group X-Factor to prevent a Skrull invasion of Earth. During this mission, Jacinda would come into contact with her father, and the two fought, with Super Skrull ending up as the victor and killing her. And this would have been the end for her, if not for She-Hulk convincing him to let her have the Psi Torek. And so she returned to life and continued her work with Jen, only to eventually be captured by the US government, who began to torture her due to the fact that she's a Skrull. But luckily she was rescued, only to then get captured later by SWORD as part of a deportation process, removing all aliens off Earth. She was actually killed here, but of course she came back. Her last major appearance had her teaming up with the son of the original Captain Marvel, Guinness Vell, and Rick Jones to rescue Rick's wife, Marlo Chandler, and, no joke, death. Yeah, like the actual personification of death. The Kree Empire had captured both of them, and upon being freed, Marlo decided to take over as the new Death. As for Jacinda's powers, she has your standard Skrull abilities, such as shapeshifting, and because of the Psi Torek gem, Jacinda is brought back to life roughly 2 minutes after each of her deaths. Wonder Man becomes Hulk. In Exiles issue 24, released in March of 2003, we're introduced to a variant of Wonder Man who became the Hulk. In this reality, Tony Stark's pretty evil, and wants to not just defeat the Hulk, he wants to flat out kill him. He also wants to rule the world, but that's a story for a different video. This video. Anyways, he decided that the only way to kill the Hulk was to drop a giant high-concentration gamma bomb onto him. And it worked. Hulk was finally killed, but Wonder Man just so happened to be near Hulk. So he was hit with all of that gamma radiation, which transformed Simon into a kaiju-sized Hulk who was even more powerful than normal Hulk. This is due to the fact that not only did he have all of this gamma radiation coursing through his veins, but he also had all of his traditional Wonder Man powers. Instead of killing Simon, Iron Man decided to let him live his life in peace in Hawaii. That was until the multiversal superhero group, Weapon X, showed up looking for a quirky gadget that this universe's Reed Richards had given to Wonder Man. And in the ensuing battle, Wonder Man Hulk was sent to the negative zone, where he was killed. Rest in peace, Wonder Man Hulk. You appeared for a single issue, and that was it. You didn't really do all that much. Metal Master. First appearing in Incredible Hulk issue 6, released in January of 1963, Molib is an alien from a world where everyone has the power to manipulate metal using magnetism powers. After a while, he realized that he could use these magnetism powers to take over entire worlds. This was something that his husband didn't really care for, and he tried to stop him. But he failed, and Molib killed him. Not exactly liking the fact that he murdered his husband and wants to conquer other worlds, the other aliens on the planet exile him instead of locking him up. Like, if they wanted to stop him, why didn't they just, lock him up? Sending him off into exile just lets him do his whole conquest thing. Anyways, eventually he started going by the name the Metal Master and arrived on Earth to take it over. There, he caught the attention of Bruce Banner, who turned into the Hulk in order to stop him from taking over the world. And, he failed at first. Metal Master beat him after he failed to get Hulk to join him, and so Metal Master began to terrorize the United States and the Soviet Union. But Hulk hadn't given up, and worked with Rick Jones and friends to take on Metal Master again, this time using a rocket launcher. But he didn't fire the rocket launcher, as this rocket launcher was fake, and because of that, it had no metal in it. But Metal Master didn't know that. So when he tried to destroy the rocket launcher, he couldn't. And that confused the hell out of him, so he approached Hulk to investigate the weapon. This was a stupid idea though, because Hulk grabbed him and demanded that he rebuild everything that he's destroyed, or else he'll kill him. So Metal Master rebuilt everything and ran off. But this wasn't the last time that Metal Master showed up to cause trouble, though it was the last time he came into contact with Hulk. He caused trouble on other worlds, but eventually was captured and sent to prison, where he met a whole bunch of different Earthlings also locked up there, including Black Bolt and Absorbing Man. While in prison, he realized that being evil was cringe, so upon escaping the prison, he decided that he would travel around the galaxy doing good. And that's the last we've seen of him. As for his powers, Metal Master has control over everything metal, and could even make metal melt. He could also fire a beam of energy from his forehead that could transform machines into robotic monsters. As for his appearances in media, he's only ever appeared in the Marvel superheroes. Robert Maverick. First appearing in Avengers issue 0, released in October of 2015, Robert Maverick is an old US Army general who worked on a project called Project Troubleshooter, which was an attempt to recreate the super soldier serum that turned Steve Rogers into Captain America. Like literally every single time somebody tries to recreate the serum, it didn't work out very well, and as a result, the subject that they tested the serum on turned into a literal kaiju called American Kaiju, who then became a weapon used by the government. This led to Maverick and American Kaiju getting into conflict with AIM. No, not MODOK's AIM, this was the Avengers Idea Mechanics. This was the result of some superheroes taking over AIM and turning it into an Avengers team. See, they wanted to rescue Rick Jones, who was being held prisoner by S.H.I.E.L.D. at the time, so the US government deployed American Kaiju in order to stop them, only for him to be defeated by AIM, which made Maverick a bit interested in this super team, since, they were able to defeat an actual kaiju. And so he became open to a partnership with the team, and a little while later, AIM was absorbed by S.H.I.E.L.D., and Maverick became a member of AIM's successor, the US Avengers. But what use did the US Avengers have for an old army general? Not much, but with a Hulk plugin, they did. The Hulk plugin is a device created by S.H.I.E.L.D. that's surgically placed into somebody's wrist that allowed them to turn into a Hulk-like being for 1 hour every 36 hours. So basically, they had DC's Hourman, but a Hulk. So Maverick became Red Hulk and worked with the US Avengers to battle a whole bunch of bad guys. Kinda. Only a little while after his career as Red Hulk began, he was tricked by a Hydra agent to take a nanomachine injection that would allow him to Hulk out for longer periods of time. Though these nanomachines actually made it so that Hydra could control him, and they used him as a weapon during the Secret Empire event. By the time he was freed from Hydra's control, he had been hulked out for way too long, which resulted in heart damage, high blood pressure, loss of bone density, and muscles all across his body tearing. He also was now permanently red. But he still had the plugin, so he could still transform into Red Hulk. So Maverick tried continuing being Red Hulk, but this wasn't working, and when he faced off against the actual Hulk, Maverick had to wear the Iron Patriot armor to even be able to fight Hulk for more than a few seconds. But this face-off against Hulk was probably for the best, as Hulk absorbed the gamma energy from the plugin, resulting in Maverick losing his Hulk abilities, meaning that he couldn't destroy his body any further. And for years, he lived his life normally, until off-panel he got his Red Hulk powers back, so that Marvel could have a comic series where Sam Wilson fights Red Hulk out around the same time as the film about Sam fighting Red Hulk came out. But Maverick is back to being Red Hulk, and is now working for Eagle Star International, and is the head of their security. And he's forced to fight Sam Wilson and Captain America after the company claims that Sam's a life model decoy. After this misunderstanding is cleared up, Maverick teams up with Sam, Torres, Josiah X, War Machine, Black Panther, and Storm to defeat Eagle Star International, and that's the last we've seen of him. As for his powers, with the Hulk plugin, he's basically given all of Hulk's powers, like superhuman strength and durability. And after being experimented on by Eagle Star International, Maverick's Red Hulk form now has wings, which lets him fly. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared as a skin for Red Hulk in Marvel Future Fight, and he's also appeared in an online LEGO Marvel short titled Hulk's Truck vs. Iron Man's Car. Scrapped Tokusatsu Hulk Show. In the late 1970s, Marvel had teamed up with the company Toei to create tokusatsu shows based on Marvel characters. This deal is what led to the iconic Spider-Man tokusatsu series, and Battle Fever J, which was actually supposed to be a Captain America series at one point. After the release of Battle Fever J, Marvel asked Toei to create shows based on Hulk and the Silver Surfer. Toei considered these ideas, but due to how popular Battle Fever J ended up being, they decided to just make a follow-up show called Denshin Sentai Denziman instead. And so they created that series, and their contract with Marvel ended, resulting in this Tokusatsu Hulk series never being made. Green Widow. First appearing in Infinity Wars issue 4, released in October of 2018, Green Widow is the result of Gamora collecting every soul in the universe and trapping them in the Soul Gem, and then folding the universe inside the Soul Gem in half, merging two souls into one person. Anyways, Green Widow is the result of Black Widow and She-Hulk merging together. We don't really know too much else about her, outside of the fact that she got her powers from the Green Room, this universe's Red Room. We also know that she's a superhero thief who works with Cat's Eye, Kate Bishop and Hellcat merged together, and that's basically it. She helps out in the event's final battle, but we don't know anything else about her. Honestly, I only included her in the video because she has two completely different designs. In Infinity Warp's Warp World issue 1 and Infinity Wars issue 4, she has hair buns and has a very jokey personality. But in her other two appearances, Infinity Wars issue 6 and Secret Warp's Soldier Supreme Annual, she's shown to basically just be Black Widow but green, and is shown to be much more serious. I personally prefer the more serious look, because the other one looks more like She-Hulk and Moon Girl merged together, and decided to cosplay Black Widow. Though at the same time, they could have made the other design a little bit more interesting. Harpy. While Red She-Hulk is the more well-known mutation that Betty's undergone, it wasn't her first, or even her last. In Incredible Hulk issue 168, released in July of 1973, MODOK decided to do some trolling and captured Betty. In order to create a creature powerful enough to kill the Hulk, he blasts her with a ton of gamma radiation, which turns her into a mutant. But not a Hulk-like mutant. She turned into the Harpy, which was basically just a harpy. Which, for those that don't know, is a fantasy creature that's half woman and half bird. Around this time, Betty was going through some pretty serious emotions, as she thought that her husband, Talbot, was dead. So in her mutated self, her emotions got the better of her, and she became a rageful monster hell-bent on wanting to kill the Hulk. Hulk was pretty confused by the random bird woman attacking him, but the two fought for a bit. But of course, Hulk won. But Harpy then hit Hulk with a cheap shot. Just as she was about to be killed, she revealed her identity to Hulk, which, of course, freaked him out a bit. She then knocked him out and carried Hulk away. The two then ended up in a strange floating island occupied by a being known as the Bi-Beast. More on him later. He captured Harpy as she carried Hulk away because she reminded him of his creators. And speaking of creators, Harpy's creator, MODOK, then arrived on the island looking for her. A battle ensues just as Hulk is finishing up a machine that will revert Betty back to normal. In the aftermath of the fight, Betty is returned to normal and the floating island is destroyed. And for decades, that was the last time we saw Harpy. That was until Immortal Hulk issue 16, released in April of 2019. Right before this issue, Betty was shot and killed by the villain Bushwhacker. But because she had been a Gamma mutant at one point, when she died, she ended up in the Below Place, where she exited it via a green door, returning her to life. And when she returned to life, both of her previous mutations had combined. She was now the Red Harpy. But Red Harpy didn't really like Bruce Banner. She liked Hulk, but not the man behind the monster, in part because when Bruce returned to life after Civil War II, he didn't tell her that he was alive. In fact, he didn't really tell any of his friends that he was alive, and that, understandably, really hurt Betty. That, and historically, Bruce hasn't been the best partner to her. But as the Red Harpy, she helped Hulk out a ton, but also did some pretty messed up things to the Hulk as well during Immortal Hulk. She would also later work with Doctor Strange for a little bit, when he brought her on board his latest version of the Secret Defenders. But sadly, Betty has seemingly lost her powers, as when Bruce rescued her from Eldest, it seems that Eldest took all of her gamma energy from her, so now she's back to being just Betty. And she really, really hates this, to put it very lightly. Hopefully she can get her Red Harpy form back at some point, because I personally really liked it. As for her powers, she could fly, she had superhuman strength and speed, she had razor-sharp claws, and she could fire energy blasts called Hellbolts. Madman. First appearing in Incredible Hulk issue 362, released in August of 1989, Philip Stearns was a bit of a weirdo. Once a colleague of Bruce Banner while in college, his admiration for Bruce turned to hatred when the US Army decided to go with Banner's Gamma Project instead of his. And when Philip saw that Bruce had been turned into the Hulk, this hatred turned to obsession, and he tried to turn himself into a Hulk-like monster to compete with Bruce. And he was eventually successful, just with a bit of a problem, as when he transformed, his mind split between his feelings on Bruce. Philip, while jealous of Bruce, didn't really want to hurt Bruce, but this new personality, named Madman, really wanted to kill Bruce. And so he created a poison that would make the Hulk weak, so that he could then kill him. Also, you might be wondering if Philip is related to the leader, as they both share the same last name. And they are. They're actually brothers. And the leader wasn't really a big fan of his transformation, so he actually worked with Hulk to try and find an antidote for Philip's condition. That antidote being, killing him. But Madman successfully poisoned Hulk. But Hulk was also able to poison Madman using his own poison during their fight. Bruce would win the fight, and used the antidote that Philip had created in case there was an accident on himself. He then cruelly left the poison just out of Madman's reach, and for a while, Hulk had thought that Madman was dead. But luckily for Madman, he wasn't, as he had used his size-shifting powers to grab the antidote at the last second. And by this point in time, Madman had fully taken control over the body. Philip just didn't really exist anymore. Madman would continue being a nuisance for the Hulk over the years, even at one point working under Red Skull in order to take control over the cybernetic abomination known as Piecemeal, in an effort to kill the Hulk. But nothing he did ever worked, and so he eventually just gave up and became a mercenary. This eventually led to him being killed by Red Hulk's Thunderbolts team, as Madman was hired by some rebels from the country Katajaya, who wanted to overthrow their dictator, but Madman betrayed the group and captured a bunch of people in an effort to locate a particle accelerator. So the rebels hired the Thunderbolts in order to kill Madman, which they eventually did, but they also killed the rebels when they tried to execute Madman themselves. And the way they killed Madman was crazy, as Leader had uploaded billions of data containing his memories and knowledge to the internet, due to his brain not being able to store them. So the Leader gave Madman all of this information at once, which was way too much for him and caused his head to literally explode. As for his powers, Madman had superhuman strength and could change his size at will. Nothing insane like kaiju size, but still pretty tall for even a Gamma mutant. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes and the 2003 Hulk game. Skulk. In 1996, Marvel and DC had one hell of a crossover, that being Amalgam Comics. Basically, this was a universe that consisted of characters who were combined forms of Marvel and DC characters. There were some really cool ones, like Darkclaw, which was Batman and Wolverine, Iron Lantern, which was Green Lantern and Iron Man, Dare the Terminator, which was Deathstroke and Daredevil, and Amazon, which was Wonder Woman and Storm. And of course, Hulk got a combined form as well. So who was it with? Doomsday? Parasite? Darkseid? No, it was Solomon Grundy. First appearing in Doctor Strange Fate, released in February of 1996, Bruce Banner was a scientist who ended up getting mutated and transforming into the monster named Skulk. In exchange for staying human, he made a deal with Doctor Strange Fate, a combined form of Doctor Strange and Dr. Fate, to be his assistant. And eventually, Doctor Strange Fate would send him after Axis, an original character created for this universe, as he wanted to end the Amalgam universe and restore the Marvel and DC universes. And Doctor Strange Fate didn't like that very much, so he sent his assistants after him, Skulk being one of them. Skulk and the other assistants failed to capture him, and that's pretty much it. Nothing against Solomon Grundy, but honestly, Skulk is a really boring amalgam. She-Hulk becomes a Catgirl. In today's installment of Somebody's Fetish, She-Hulk becomes an anime Catgirl. In Avenging Spider-Man issue 7, released in May of 2012, Spider-Man is desperate to be around a She-Hulk, which, fair, but she's busy with work. She has to show up to an Egyptian exhibit at a museum, as her law firm is sponsoring it. But Spidey follows her, only to see some cultists entering the museum. The two heroes then team up to battle the cultists, as they try and steal a statue of the Egyptian god Bastet. They stop the cultists, but right after they do, Bastet's spirit begins to turn She-Hulk into a cat person. Literally, she's given a cat tail, and Spider-Man is really into it. Which, fair. Turns out that Bastet was really impressed with how She-Hulk prevented the statue from being stolen, so she wanted her as her new servant. And she tells this to Jen after she appears as an army of cats who then merge together to form Bastet. Jen's not really into it, so Spider-Man puts on a cow mask to pretend to be a servant of Neith, the Egyptian god of hunting, and convinces Bastet that She-Hulk already serves Neith. So Bastet takes off and takes She-Hulk's tail with her. What If World War Hulk? Released in December of 2009, What If World War Hulk answers 3 what-if questions about the World War Hulk storyline. There's what if Thor entered World War Hulk, in which Thor shows up to fight Hulk and convinces him to stand down, and Hulk leaves Earth. There's also a joke what if that features a whole bunch of goofy one-off joke universes. But the one that I want to focus on is the first story, what if the heroes lost World War Hulk? See, in World War Hulk, Iron Man fires the laser from the satellite after some hesitation, but in this version of the story, he doesn't hesitate, and when he fires the laser, not only does it kill a whole bunch of Hulk's forces, it ends up killing a whole bunch of his own friends and allies. Think the ending of Act 1 of Gears 5, only on a much worse scale, as Spider-Woman dies. Except, that's not actually Spider-Woman. That was the Skrull Queen, who was going to be revealed in the Secret Invasion storyline. And upon seeing this, the Skrulls who are watching all of this unfold decide to enact their plan early. And so, when the carnage is all over, the Skrulls reveal themselves and proceed to take over the world, killing most of the remaining heroes. The story then jumps forward a few months, as the Skrulls have won, and only a handful of heroes remain, including Hulk. Except Bruce is pretty depressed and wants to die. Luckily, Vision shows up and convinces him to Hulk out one more time to help take out the Skrulls. And he tries. But the Skrulls release a bioweapon that kills every single remaining hero except for the Hulk. With the world basically over, Hulk summons the Silver Surfer and begs him to lead Galactus to Earth to destroy it. So Galactus arrives and eats Earth, but he spares Hulk as he makes Bruce a deal, become his new herald, and he'll remove all of his memories. So Hulk accepts his new role as the Herald of Galactus, and the story ends. Xemnu. First appearing in Journey into Mystery issue 62, released in July of 1960, Xemnu is a rather unique Hulk villain because he actually predates Hulk by almost 2 years, and was also the original Hulk, in name only. He's an alien criminal who ended up crash landing on Earth while escaping prison. The crash put him in a coma, and he may have stayed in that coma for a lot longer, if not for a man named Joe Harper, who revived him. Xemnu thanked Joe by explaining to him that he was going to enslave the entire world using hypnosis to build him a brand new ship. But Joe would be spared, and would even come with him into space. But Joe didn't sign up for this, and so sabotaged the ship while it was still being built. So Xemnu was sent barreling towards the sun, and the day was saved. Only for Xemnu to then return, requiring Joe to actually fight him this time around, and oh boy did he, as he deflected an energy attack from Xemnu back at the alien, which made him explode. But he wasn't dead, and Xemnu then decided to travel back to his home planet, only to discover that his entire species was wiped out by a plague. So he decided to once again return to Earth, but this time he wanted to turn the entire human race into his species. So he hypnotized a man and started a children's show where he pretended to be a mascot character in an attempt to convince a bunch of kids to travel with him into space, where he would then turn them into aliens like him. Doctor Strange, Hulk, and Namor put a stop to this pretty quickly, and after that, he became a Hulk villain, battling the Green Avenger several more times, even battling She-Hulk at one point when he tried to transform human fetuses into alien fetuses. He was also trying to turn She-Hulk into an alien like him so that she would be forced to marry him, and he would have succeeded if not for a character named Al the Alien showing up with a giant alien named Enowin, who was a teddy bear collector, and he thought that Xemnu was a teddy bear, so he abducted him. Yeah, She-Hulk comics are wild. But it wasn't just Hulk and She-Hulk that he fought. Xemnu even faced off against Red Hulk. And his fight against Red Hulk was also pretty weird, as around this time, Xemnu had created a clone of Hulk named Claw, Hulk spelled backwards. And in order to defeat Claw, the Impossible Man used his wacky powers and gadgets to merge Hulk and Red Hulk together to create the Compound Hulk. As you can see, Xemnu was a very goofy villain for decades. That was until Immortal Hulk, in which he got a bit of a tone shift. He worked together with Roxxon in an effort to turn the world against Hulk, and he did a pretty decent job at this for a bit, using his hypnosis. But Roxxon probably shouldn't have trusted Xemnu, because Xemnu really wants more of his species, so he transformed a good chunk of Roxxon's employees into human-alien hybrids. Luckily, Hulk defeated him, and Xemnu went back to being a goofy villain. As for his powers, Xemnu has superhuman strength and durability. He's also got a whole range of psychic attacks, including telekinesis, the ability to create force fields, hypnosis, telepathy, the ability to possess people, the ability to transform into a gas cloud, and the ability to regenerate his body, which requires him to eat people. As for his appearances in media, he's only ever appeared in Hulk and the Agents of S.M.A.S.H., though Xemnu as a fictional character exists in the MCU, as seen in Iron Fist. Venom She-Hulk. In What If Venom Issue 1, released in February of 2024, we're introduced to a reality in which, after Peter Parker removes the Venom symbiote, the Venom symbiote finds a different host instead of Eddie Brock. In this reality, She-Hulk spots Eddie running with a gun towards the church where Spider-Man's at. And seeing how anyone running towards a church with a gun is a very bad sign, she follows him. But she's soon attacked by the symbiote, and when she wakes up the next day, she's bonded to it. And this kinda ruins her life. Venom continued to take control over Jen whenever he wanted to, and because of this, Jen's career as a lawyer fell apart. So she became homeless, and by this point was basically a slave to Venom. This all changed one night when Moon Knight showed up to help her, as he wanted to help Jen with her Venom problem, since he also has experience dealing with other voices in his head. So the two then head over to Moon Knight's base, and Venom bonds to Moon Knight as well. I said her story would change, I didn't say it was for the better. Now controlling both She-Hulk and Moon Knight, Venom makes a deal with Sabretooth to infect Wolverine with the symbiote. He then proceeds to infect Doctor Strange as well, and holds the four heroes prisoner in Moon Knight's basement. Because of Venom's trolling, he got the attention of Loki, who bonded to the symbiote, but Loki wanted more, and so attempted to take the other pieces of the symbiote bonded to the other heroes. Luckily, the heroes were able to defeat Loki, and were also able to defeat Venom. So they then handed Venom and Loki over to S.H.I.E.L.D., and the day was saved. Unless you were Khonshu, as Loki killed Khonshu in this story, but if you weren't him, then yeah, the day was saved. Half-Life. First appearing in Incredible Hulk issue 334, released in May of 1987, Anthony Masterson was just your average English professor living in Colorado. That was until one day he was hit with a bunch of gamma energy from a gamma bomb. This of course transformed Masterson into a gamma mutant, but not a Hulk-like being. He instead became an energy vampire of sorts. Basically, during the day, his body would be unable to move, but at night, the gamma energy inside of him allowed him to move. Taking up the name Half-Life due to him literally being half alive, Masterson began absorbing energy around him in an attempt to get more powerful so that he could move around during the day. This caught the attention of the leader, who realized that his energy-absorbing powers were just the thing he needed to finally kill the Hulk. So they teamed up, and Half-Life went after the Hulk. And this did not go very well, because Half-Life's body is essentially a walking corpse. So Hulk literally ripped him limb from limb and walked off. Leader would find his remains and upgrade him, giving him a powerful suit of titanium armor. Wanting to repay the leader, Half-Life would then volunteer to go out on a mission to steal a gamma bomb. But the leader thought that this dude was really annoying, so he decided to get rid of Half-Life by sending him after the Hulk again. So Half-Life attacked Hulk, and this time around, Half-Life was actually doing some work, as the suit of armor gave him enough time to absorb energy from Hulk. In fact, Half-Life may have been able to kill the Hulk, if not for Hulk trolling him. Hulk told Half-Life that all of the energy that he was taking from Hulk would wear off eventually, and that he was going to spend the next few days constantly paranoid that he was going to lose everything and collapse. Not really liking this idea, Half-Life released all of his energy, which in turn killed him. As for his powers, Half-Life could absorb energy from people, though he had to be in direct contact with them in order to do so, though upon gaining a whole bunch of energy, he could actually do this without physical contact. He also didn't feel any pain, and his body would regenerate itself after being injured. He could also control his limbs even if they weren't attached to him, and while wearing the titanium armor, he gained a superhuman durability. As for his appearances in media, he's only ever appeared in the 2003 Hulk tie-in game, Bunny Slippers, in Incredible Hulk issue 390, released in December of 1991, Hulk, or Professor Hulk, received a rather silly gift from Betty Ross. Betty had gifted him a pair of giant pink bunny slippers. Basically, bunny slippers designed for Hulk. And so he wore them on a few missions. It's a rather goofy yet pretty minor piece of Hulk lore. But why did he get these slippers in the first place? Like the out-of-universe explanation. Well, this was actually a reference to the film Real Genius. Earlier in the series, Bruce had joked that the film was based on him and his friends while he was in college. And fans of the comic loved this joke, so it was decided to put in another reference to the film, that being the bunny slippers. Despite not lasting very long in the comics, these slippers have been referenced quite a bit. For example, there's a Funko Pop and a Marvel Legends figure based on this design, and the Professor Hulk bunny slippers design was even made available as a skin in Square Enix's Avengers. What if Rick Jones had become the Hulk? In What If issue 12, released in September of 1978, we get the answer to the question, what if Rick Jones was the one who was hit by the Gamma Bomb instead of Bruce Banner? In this reality, Rick pushes Bruce into the trench so that Rick is hit by the bomb. Upon waking up from being hit with a literal Gamma Bomb, Rick turns into the Hulk and is quickly captured. Bruce is leading the charge in trying to cure Rick, and everything is going to plan, until Loki decides that making Rick Hulk out would be pretty funny. So when Rick Hulk is out doing goofy stuff, Iron Man, Thor, Ant-Man, and Wasp show up to stop him, but they all then decide to team up and form the Avengers. Though Hulk doesn't stay on the team for very long. Only a little bit after Rick joined the team, Bruce had completed a device that would depower him, and he goes through with it. The Hulk was no more. Surprisingly, Rick's a bit upset by this, not because he wanted to be the Hulk, but because he could have killed somebody as the Hulk and not have been able to do anything about it due to him not being in control of his own body. That's when Captain America showed up and decided to make Rick his new sidekick in order to make him feel better. Though Rick would actually turn back into the Hulk, which meant that Bruce's device failed. Rick then starts working with the original Captain Marvel, Captain Marvel, and helped him end the Kree-Skrull War and battle Annihilus in the Negative Zone. During all of this, Rick was worried that Hulk would end up killing someone. So luckily for Rick, Bruce eventually returned with a brand new gadget, the Gammatron, which could separate Rick from Hulk. And so, Rick goes on to live his life normally, while Hulk stays in the Negative Zone, eventually killing Annihilus and taking over his domain. Now, funny enough, this is one of the rare what-if stories that actually happens in the main Marvel Universe at one point. Not the story itself, the what-if. As briefly mentioned earlier, Rick Jones did in fact become the Hulk for a bit. In Incredible Hulk issue 325, released in August of 1986, Bruce came face to face with the Hulk, only it wasn't Bruce, it was Rick. Turns out a few issues prior, Rick fell into a vat of chemicals and radiation while S.H.I.E.L.D. battled Hulk. And because this is a comic book, instead of this radiation killing Rick, it turned him into a Hulk. Rick stayed as Hulk number 2 until Incredible Hulk issue 332, released in March of 1987. He's only depowered after his Hulk form starts to go savage, so Bruce and the leader team up to depower him. Jarella. First appearing in Incredible Hulk issue 140, released in March of 1971, Jarella was the princess of the world K. This was a world in the Microverse, aka the Quantum Realm. They had to call it that in the MCU because of copyright reasons. Anyways, Hulk ended up on K when the bad guy named Cyclops decided to capture Hulk so that he could use his gamma energy as a power source to wake up the Dark Gods. These Dark Gods are a bunch of Lovecraftian entities that once ruled over Earth in prehistoric times, and Cyclops was one of the bug people that worshipped them. So anyways, he captured Hulk and fired a shrink ray at him in order to study his molecular structure. But the Avengers showed up to rescue Hulk, and a fight ensued, but the shrink ray was never turned off, so Hulk was shrunk so much that he ended up in the Microverse, and it's there that he met Jarella and her army. They were at war with the warlord Visus, and Hulk was exactly what Jarella's forces needed to turn the tide of the war. So she had Hulk hit with a spell that made it so that he not only understood their language, but Bruce's personality was now in full control of Hulk's body. Hulk and Jarella would work together to defeat Visus's forces, and they fell deeply in love, to the point where they were even going to get married. But right before their wedding, Bruce was teleported away back to Earth by Cyclops, who finally figured out how to return Hulk to his normal size. And Hulk was, not happy about this and nearly beat Cyclops to death. He would have killed him if not for the Dark Gods stepping in and teleporting Cyclops to K as punishment for his failure. Still being in love with Bruce, Jarella attempted to bring Hulk back to the microverse by traveling to Earth herself. This ultimately didn't work out, but luckily Hulk would go back to the microverse shortly afterwards, upon hearing that Jarella was captured by Visus. But he would be brought out of the microverse shortly after rescuing her, though he would eventually return to the microverse again to battle Cyclops, and this was the beginning of the end. In order to bring Hulk back to Earth, Doc Samson used a device to bring him back, but he also accidentally brought Jarella to Earth as well. Jarella wishes to return to her people, but Samson is unable to return her, and so her and Hulk continue their relationship on Earth for like 2 issues. As shortly after her return to Earth, Jarella would be crushed to death during a battle with the villain Crypto Man. Hulk desperately tried to revive her, going as far as asking Doctor Strange for help, after fighting him, but neither science nor magic could revive her. Jarella was dead. Except, she was actually supposed to come back. Len Wein, who was writing the Hulk comics at the time, intended to revive her at some point, with the idea being that her species transforms into a higher being upon death. However, he left the series before he could actually do this story, and surprisingly, outside of a very brief resurrection during the Chaos War storyline, no writer has decided to follow up on these plans to bring her back. As for her powers, she didn't actually have any, she was just a really good fighter. Hulk, the End. Want to see Hulk get eaten alive by bugs? No? Too bad. Released in June 2002, Hulk the End tells a hypothetical final Hulk story. It's also an adaptation of a short story featured in the novel Ultimate Hulk. More on that book later. The story is rather simple. It takes place after a nuclear war that wipes out everyone on Earth. Humans, mutants, Inhumans, and everything in between. But of course, Hulk survived. Right after the nuclear war, a recorder robot arrived on Earth and discovered that Bruce was still alive. So he gave Bruce a robot that could record Bruce's final days and messages in order to serve as a warning for other civilizations. Bruce is pretty sad because, he's the last person alive, while Hulk is mad that he isn't the last person alive, since Bruce is still around. So Bruce tries to help Hulk and attempts to Avengers Endgame himself a whole bunch, but all of these attempts fail because he keeps turning back into the Hulk. Eventually, Bruce does die, but not by his own hands or by natural causes. He suffers a heart attack, and in his final moments, he begs Hulk to give up and just let himself die so that Hulk can join Bruce in heaven. But Hulk refuses, and Bruce dies. Though the next day, Hulk realizes something. He never really wanted to be truly alone. And so the story ends with Hulk realizing that he will never see or speak to anyone ever again. He's doomed. Oh yeah, the bugs. That happens in the story, but because of Hulk's healing factor, he just heals from being eaten alive. Weapon H. First appearing in Totally Awesome Hulk issue 21, released in July of 2017, Clayton Cortez had a pretty rough life, which eventually led to him becoming a PMC dude taking jobs for Roxxon. But one day, Cortez was like, man, killing innocent people is pretty cringe. So during a job, he killed his own soldiers to protect some innocent lives. This obviously led to him being captured by his employers, which led to him meeting a woman named Dr. Alba, who was part of the Weapon X program. Cortez was handed over to the Mad Doctor in order for him to be experimented on as part of Weapon X's Batch H division. This was a part of the program dedicated to creating living weapons with the powers of Hulk and Wolverine, which, in theory, would be an unstoppable weapon. And so, Cortez was subject to horrific experiments, and was eventually turned into Weapon H. His first act as Weapon H was killing his fellow prisoner, who had also been turned into a Hulk-Wolverine hybrid, as Cortez had been instructed to be an apex predator, basically, kill everyone weaker than you. But eventually, Cortez broke free of his conditioning, and he went to go find his former employers. Not to get revenge, but to wipe any data of him from their servers, as he was worried that they would go after his family. After this, he was captured and brainwashed again, but luckily, Wolverine was able to free him. And so, he returned to his mission, traveling from base to base, wiping out all sorts of data. But he eventually moved on from this, and worked alongside Roxxon again. Not because he liked them, but because Roxxon had opened up a portal to Weird World, which is filled with monsters, and these monsters want to come to Earth and kill everyone. So Cortez worked alongside Roxxon, Captain America, and Man-Thing to save the day. He then traveled into Weird World to rescue some Roxxon guys. But while there, he ran into Morgan Le Fay, who manipulated and eventually brainwashed Cortez to do her bidding. That bidding being taking over the Earth, because of course it was. He eventually breaks free of the mind control and works with the heroes and Roxxon to stop Fay. With the day saved, Cortez and his family are given $10 million and new identities so they can live their lives in peace. And so, we never saw Cortez again. Just kidding, he's a Hulk-Wolverine hybrid. You really think that Marvel is just gonna retire this dude? Cortez has since appeared several more times, battling Carnage, the Leader, Ultron, and more. He's even joined variants of the Avengers, called the War Avengers and the Savage Avengers. As for his powers, Cortez has your basic Hulk and Wolverine powers. Superhuman strength, giant claws, superhuman durability and stamina, and enhanced senses. But his craziest ability was his transformation ability. He had the ability to temporarily transform himself into other Gamma mutants, including Harpy, A-Bomb, Red Hulk, and even the Leader. Though this only happened because the Gamma core in his body, which allowed him to transform, goofed up due to some time travel stuff. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have this ability anymore. As for his appearances in media, he's only ever appeared in Marvel Future Revolution. World War She-Hulk. From July 2021 to December of the same year, in the Avengers comic series, an event went down called World War She-Hulk. Instead of She-Hulk getting mad at the world and taking her revenge like her cousin did, this story is actually much smaller in size, as She-Hulk is simply brainwashed. You see, Jen was just chilling one day when she found out that the Russian superhero group, the Winter Guard, were planning on capturing her. Instead of fighting them, she decided to let herself be captured so that she could learn about what the Winter Guard were planning. So she was captured and put on trial by the Winter Guard, as a couple of issues earlier, Moscow had gotten pretty messed up during an Avengers mission that She-Hulk was a part of. So she was found guilty and sent off to the Red Room, where she was subjected to experiments to turn her into a weapon for Russia. When the Avengers came knocking on Russia's door, it was too late. Jen was now the Winter Hulk, a giant red She-Hulk with blonde hair. Her transformation into Winter Hulk was part of the Winter Guard's plan to destroy Atlantis, as they were going to send her to Atlantis to cause trouble, while the Winter Guard member, Red Widow, planted a gamma bomb in Atlantis that would destroy almost the entire nation. She-Hulk would be blamed, and nobody would know that Russia and the Winter Guard were the true culprits. So the Winter Hulk was deployed to Atlantis, and the plan was put into action. She battled Namor and the Atlanteans, along with the Avengers, before finally snapping out of her brainwashing and confronted Red Widow. Red Widow then went with Plan B. She injected herself with She-Hulk's blood, turning herself into a Hulk. The two fought, and Winter Hulk won, so the day was saved. Except, not yet, as the Gamma Bomb went off, so Jen had to act quick. She was able to absorb the gamma energy from the bomb, saving the city. She then released the energy in a safe environment, which transformed her back to normal. The UFOs. First appearing in Incredible Hulk issue 254, released in September of 1980, Mike Steele, James Darnell, Simon Utrecht, and Anne Darnell were part of a group that wanted to replicate the Fantastic Four's accident that gave them their powers. So they tried to, and actually succeeded. But while this was happening, Bruce was walking around their base and saw that a ship was being hit with cosmic radiation. Worried about the people on board the ship, he used the computers at the base to make the ship return. Instead of being met with happy smiles, hugs, and thanks for saving them, Bruce was met with 4 really angry people, as they believed if they got hit with more radiation while in the ship for a little bit longer, they would have become insanely powerful, instead of just pretty powerful. So they attacked Bruce, but of course, Hulk beat them up. That, and their powers began to go crazy, leading Hulk to think that they were dead. But they weren't, so the 4 of them became the UFOs and fought Hulk a whole bunch of times, along with some other heroes like Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Avengers. They only wanted powers for selfish reasons, like wanting to become strong and be famous, so it's no wonder they decided to go bad. There's Anne, who became Vapor. No, really, like, literally. Her supervillain name is Vapor, but she literally became a gas-like being. There's James, who named himself X-Ray, as he had become a literal walking body of solid radiation. There's Simon, who became Vector and got telekinesis powers. And finally, there was Michael, aka Mike, who became Ironclad. His body became metallic-like, and he got superhuman strength and durability. They continued being regular threats to the Marvel Universe until Civil War, in which they actually became good guys. On paper, that is. They all signed the Superhuman Registration Act and became registered heroes, with the UFOs being declared the official superhero team of North Carolina. But despite being legally heroes, they weren't really heroes, and were loyal first and foremost to Norman Osborn. So they all eventually just returned to being legally villains, and have continued to cause trouble for the Hulk. Hell, they even almost killed the Hulk during Immortal Hulk, as part of a job that, if completed, would have seen them be given pardons for all of their crimes. As for their appearances in media, the UFOs have appeared in the Incredible Hulk movie tie-in game, Avengers Alliance, Avengers Assemble, and Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes. And X-Ray appeared in LEGO Marvel's Avengers by himself. Hero Kala. First appearing in Sakaar's Son of Hulk issue 2, released in July 2008, Hero is the second son of Hulk and is Sakaar's twin. Unlike Sakaar, who was trained at a young age to be this epic warrior, Hero had a much rougher childhood, as he was enslaved for most of his youth. He eventually joined up with X-Men Bones, and hung out with him for a while, even eventually dating his daughter. Hero would eventually take part in a slave revolt, but while all of this was happening, Galactus was on his way to destroy Sakaar. Luckily, Hero survived, as he and some others had escaped the planet in the one Shadow Person ship that Sakaar failed to destroy. It was around this time that Hero had his connection to the old power awakened, as when Galactus destroyed Sakaar, a bunch of old power went everywhere. But not only that, he had also absorbed some of the power cosmic from Galactus. And so, Hero declared that he would defeat Galactus in order to avenge the planet. He then combined the old power and power cosmic into a brand new power. The new power. And with this power, Hero made Galactus feel the pain of every single person that he had killed, which is a lot of people. After hurting Galactus, Hero found out that his brother was still alive, and so led the survivors of Sakaar to Earth to find him. Except, he didn't end up on Earth. He and his people were transported to K by Jarala's niece, Gentora, who was actually trying to summon the Hulk to help, not his son. It was here that Hero received a vision of being an emperor, and he really liked that vision, so he gave up on his quest to go to Earth for a bit, and instead stayed in the microverse to free the people of K, and mainly to become their god emperor. But not everyone was cool with him, as Gentora realized that this dude might be going power crazy, and might end the universe. Hero even knew about this possibility, as Galactus from a potential future showed up, and revealed to him that Hero in the future had made him his herald, and that the universe was ending. But Hero didn't really care. So Gentora tried to stop him, but this kinda backfired, as Hero combined his new power with Gentora's magic in order to teleport K out of the microverse, which wasn't her goal, but this did save her planet, so that's pretty cool. Except, transporting K out of the microverse almost killed everyone on it, so that's not so cool. Hero now also wants to destroy the Earth in his quest to destroy the old power. Oh right, I didn't mention that. Hero believed that the old power was far too dangerous, so he wanted to destroy it completely, which meant he had to find Sakaar. So he enslaved the people of K and led them to Earth to destroy it and kill Sakaar. This led to a giant battle between Earth and Hero's forces. Hulk and Sakaar attempted to try and calm Hero down and convince him that the old power wasn't so bad, but Hero refused to see reason and was eventually defeated. And for 14 years, Hero was thought to be essentially dead. But nope, not really. He would return and become the leader of Sakaar and Nevo, basically Sakaar 2.0, and he died as soon as he showed back up. After all of this craziness, he was poisoned as part of a big conspiracy involving the Inhuman royal family and the Grandmaster. As for his powers, Hero used the new power, which allowed him to mind control people, see visions, create force fields, restore souls, and fire energy blasts. He could also give people new powers for a bit. Though you probably don't want him to give you these powers, because he eventually makes you explode. Oh, and of course, he has superhuman strength since he's the son of Hulk. Speaking of Hulk, he's also got a Hulk form, but we've never actually seen it, as unlike Bruce, Hero's Hulk form only comes out when he's in love. Titan Hulk. First appearing in Hulk issue 6, released in April of 2022, Titan is one of the more recent Hulk personalities. Titan is essentially Hulk's Hulk. So when Hulk gets to a certain point in his anger, he transforms into a kaiju-sized monster known as Titan. This is the result of that demon Bruce was tricked into making a deal with. And Titan loved killing, so whenever Titan took the wheel, death and destruction was a certainty. Bruce tried to cure himself of Titan, but eventually Titan would gain control over Bruce on an alien world inhabited by Gamma mutants. This happened, in part, due to the planet's leader, named Monolith, who really wanted Hulk to stay on her world to rule it. So she tried to get rid of the Banner personality, which allowed Titan to take control. And Titan, of course, began killing. While this is all happening, Doctor Strange was investigating why Bruce was acting so differently, and discovered that a demon had placed a new personality inside of Bruce, that being Titan. So Strange confronted the demon, and forced the demon to try and undo what he did to Banner. But it was far too late for that, as even after the demon undid his little deal he made with Bruce, Titan was still in control. Titan was only taken care of when Bruce managed to convince the Savage Hulk personality to fight back. Monolith survived all of this, and pardoned Bruce for his crimes, as, he wasn't really responsible for the attack on her world, that was Titan. In fact, if anyone's to blame, it's Monolith. While the planet began its rebuilding process, Bruce returned home, and the day was saved. Except, there was a little bit of an issue. While the demon did undo the deal, he can't uncreate Titan. So while Titan is defeated, he's still in Bruce's mind, and one day, he may return. As for his appearances in media, Titan Hulk has only ever appeared in Marvel Future Fight.
Get ready to smash. We'll be right back to The Incredible Hulk on Disney XD.
Nothing can hold the Incredible Hulk. Introducing the Incredible Hulk break-up playsets and smash and crash figures.
You'll never get out of my gamma ray trap. Watch my bubbling brains.
Hulk smash gamma trap. Arr!
My vibrating energy field will stun the Hulk into my steel body trap.
Attach the super density bomb braces. Lower the neck harness. Activate timer.
Hulk smash. Rah!
Break-up playsets come with Hulk. Smash and crash figures each sold separately.
Witness the fury. Now back to The Incredible Hulk on Disney XD.
Scrapped Hulk 2003 game sequel. Originally, the 2003 Hulk movie tie-in game was supposed to have a sequel that wasn't going to be related at all to the Hulk 2003 film sequel that was in development at the same time. However, this game would be reworked completely into the game The Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction, which, while made by the same studio, was a total reboot and had nothing to do with the 2003 game. So what was this 2003 game sequel going to be about? And why was it reworked into a completely different game? Plot-wise, we don't know too much about what the sequel would have been about. Hulk 2003's lead game designer, Eric Holmes, has stated that he wanted the sequel to focus on how Bruce was worried that he's becoming just like his father. We also know that Riker would have returned in some way, and possibly even the leader. Also, while not plot-related, we know that the sequel would have been open world, much like how Ultimate Destruction was. As to why the game was reworked into Ultimate Destruction, this was most likely due to creative reasons. As comic writers Paul Jenkins and Brian Hitch were brought on board to help write the game, so the studio probably wanted to give the writers total creative freedom without being restricted by a previous game, and a previous film. Why was Bruce's name changed to David in the 70s show? While the 1970s Hulk series is a fan-favorite adaptation of the character, there's one aspect about it that fans don't really care for, and that's the fact that Bruce Banner isn't the main character of the show. Instead, Bruce was renamed to David. Now, why is this? Was it to avoid confusion with Bruce Wayne? Nope. No, the actual reason is incredibly stupid. In an interview with Stan Lee, he revealed the reason. It's because the network, CBS, believed that the name Bruce was too gay. No, this isn't a joke. Executives at CBS demanded that Bruce Banner's name be changed because, I guess in the 1970s, the name Bruce was associated with gay people.
When I found out that they were changing the name from Bruce Banner to David Banner, I asked the logical question, why are you doing that? His name is supposed to be Bruce. And some genius at the network said, oh no, Stan, Bruce makes him sound homosexual. It sounds gay. I said, there's Bruce Jenner, the athletic decathlon champ. There's Bruce, well, I don't think I knew Bruce Willis at the time, but I mentioned that. Didn't faze him. No, we don't like the sound of Bruce. So you can't change his name. He's been David Banner. He's been Bruce Banner for all these years, but they were the network and they were in charge.
Bye, Beast. First appearing in Incredible Hulk issue 169, released in July of 1973, Bi-Beast is a two-headed robot created by an ancient race of bird people. Why? To serve as a collection of knowledge obtained by the bird people. Bi-Beast's heads were stacked on top of each other, with the top head containing knowledge about warfare and tactics, while its bottom head contained info about culture. And that's it. War and culture. The birds, I guess, didn't really know anything else. Anyways, the bird people would eventually go extinct, leaving Bi-Beast alone in a giant floating city until one day he spotted Harpy carrying the Hulk. So he had the two of them captured, as Harpy obviously reminded him of his creators. He and Bruce actually kinda got along at first. That was until MODOK arrived, and then all hell broke loose. Bruce had cured Harpy, which made Bi-Beast pretty angry, and MODOK attempted to take over the city. So Bi-Beast decided to just destroy the city to prevent its capture. and so the floating city was destroyed, and Bybeast died. Kinda. Turns out the bird people did know about stuff other than war and culture. They also knew about science, as they had created a second Bybeast that specialized in that. And upon the first Bybeast's destruction, its memories were transferred over into the second Bybeast. And this second Bybeast wanted to destroy the Earth out of revenge for the destruction of the Sky City, despite him being the one who destroyed it. Though I guess he only did that because MODOK arrived, but I mean, you're the one that did it. Anyways, Hulk jumped in and fought him, and after that, Bybeast would become a reoccurring threat to the Marvel Universe, fighting against Hulk, Thor, Nova, the Avengers, and more. Eventually, Bybeast would try and build a new Sky City out of ships, but this plan failed. But luckily for him, some of the bird people actually survived, and they built a brand new Sky City for him to live in. Despite this, Bybeast would continue being a villain, most likely still wanting revenge for the original island's destruction. As for his powers, Bybeast has superhuman strength and durability. It also feels no pain, and is a master tactician and inventor. As for his appearances in media, Bybeast has appeared in the Incredible Hulk tie-in game, Marvel Disc Wars The Avengers, and Earth's Mightiest Heroes. He also apparently exists in the MCU via an Easter egg in Thor Ragnarok. Novels. While Marvel and DC characters are mostly known for their adventures in comics, video games, animated shows, films, and live-action shows, that doesn't mean they don't occasionally step into the world of novels. And Hulk is no exception. Hulk has been the star of quite a few novels over the years. First, there was the Pocket Books Incredible Hulk duology, Stalker from the Stars, released in October of 1978, and Cry of the Beast, released in March of 1979. The first book featured Hulk's origin story, and goes on to tell the story of how Hulk battled an alien dictator named Shushenbala, who fled his world after a revolution. The second book followed Bruce traveling to Africa to rescue a scientist who may be able to cure him. These books received a third installment that was a crossover with the Pocket Books Spider-Man novels, called Hulk and Spider-Man Murder Moon, released in October of 1979. This story sees Hulk and Spider-Man fighting each other while searching for a fallen satellite. Hulk wouldn't receive another novel until July 1995 with The Incredible Hulk What Savage Beast. This book is about Betty being pregnant with Bruce's kid, and Bruce trying to cure himself of Hulk, only for Maestro to show up from the future and abduct Hulk's kid in order to create a Hulk army. Also, Hulk and Betty had twins, conjoined twins, and after separating one of them, the other dies. Hulk would get 3 more novels in the 90s. First, there was Spider-Man and the Incredible Hulk, Doomsday Book 1, Rampage, released in September of 1996. Quite the title. This story sees Hulk teaming up with Spider-Man and Black Cat to rescue Flash Thompson and Betty Ross, who has been captured by AIM in an effort to create their own Hulk. Then there was The Incredible Hulk Abominations, released in July 1997. This story is about, what else? Hulk and Abomination fighting, as Abomination works alongside a group trying to restore the Soviet Union. And the final original Hulk novel, as of now, is The Ultimate Hulk, released in October of 1998, and was written by Stan Lee and Peter David. This one is just a short story collection featuring Hulk battling some villains, like Leader, Abomination, and Rhino. It also featured the original version of Hulk the End, which I mentioned earlier. And finally, Hulk 2003 and The Incredible Hulk received novel adaptations, and are currently the final Hulk novels ever released. She-Hulk becomes Iron Fist. During the Age of Khonshu storyline, Khonshu and Moon Knight steal a bunch of powers from the heroes of the Marvel Universe, in order to become super powerful in order to fight Mephisto. But obviously, the heroes of Earth don't really like this, so they fight back against the two. During the fight, Black Panther is able to steal some of the powers back, and hands them over to some of the other heroes to use temporarily to fight with. And one of these heroes is She-Hulk, and she gets the powers of Iron Fist. Sadly, she doesn't have these abilities for very long. In fact, she only had these powers for a single issue, Avengers issue 37, released in October of 2020. Still pretty cool though, wish we got to see her use them more. Abominatrix. First appearing in Sensational She-Hulk issue 21, released in September of 1990, Florence Sharples was chosen to be a test subject in an experiment aimed at trying to find a cure to PMS with the use of gamma rays. This obviously did not work, and it transformed Florence into a gamma mutant named the Abominatrix, who also had permanent PMS. Before her transformation, she worked for a man named Jasper Keaton, so it was only natural that she continued to work for him after becoming the Abominatrix. Unfortunately for her, Jasper is a bit of a bad guy, as after he lost his position as president at a loan company, he had Abominatrix and another one of his goons, Captain Rectitude, track down Louise Mason, aka the original Blonde Phantom, as she knew the location of a nuclear missile nicknamed Rosebud. And Jasper really wanted this missile so that he could use it to threaten the US Senate Banking Committee into giving him control over the loan company. This is like threatening to drop a hydrogen bomb if you don't get a promotion at Red Robin's. Alright, it's a little bit more serious than that, but I don't know, I thought that was funny. She-Hulk obviously wasn't gonna let this happen, so she stopped Jasper, which obviously involved her battling the Abominatrix. And of course, the Abominatrix was defeated. And after this, Abominatrix would never appear again, so she's probably in jail still. As for her powers, she has your standard Abomination powers. She's got superhuman strength and durability, and that's kind of it. Marlo Chandler's original job. So remember that woman I mentioned when talking about Joe Fixit, and the woman I said who was captured alongside Death, Marlo Chandler? Well, not only was she Joe Fixit's girlfriend for a time, Rick Jones's wife for a time, and was literally Death, she was also an aerobics instructor. That was her job when we were first introduced to her, but that wasn't originally going to be her job. According to the comic's author, Peter David, Marlo was originally planned to be a call girl, aka a prostitute. However, right before the issue was released, Marvel stepped in and told Peter David that Hulk, or Joe Fixit, couldn't date a prostitute. And so he changed her job at the very last second. Hulky. Only appearing in Marvel Superheroes issue 103, released in July of 1981, Hulky is a short parody comic in which Hulk is Archie from the comic series Archie, and he really wants to date Betty Ross, who's obviously Betty from Archie. There's like nothing else here. This honestly isn't even really Iceberg entry worthy. I just thought the visual of Hulk doing this pose was pretty funny, so yep, there you go. Zax. First appearing in Incredible Hulk issue 166, released in May of 1973, Zax is a rather interesting villain, because he's not a person. He's literally sentient electricity. Born from an atomic reactor, a bunch of electricity combines with electrolytes from nearby human brains, which somehow created life. And right after being born, Zax went around killing people and absorbing the electrolytes from the brains of the people he killed in order to gain more intelligence. His initial rampage was stopped by Hulk and Hawkeye, but he wasn't dead since you can't really kill him. And so, in the quest for more intelligence, Zax popped up a bunch of times over the decades, battling heroes like Wonder Man, Luke Cage, She-Hulk, Iron Man, and of course, Hulk. After being defeated a bunch of times, Zax was eventually captured and held prisoner at Gamma Base, Thunderbolt Ross's headquarters while he was hunting Hulk. And seeing as Zax was just sitting there, Ross decided to do something pretty stupid. He conducted an experiment to merge some of Zack's electricity into him. The experiment backfired horribly, as Ross's mind was transported completely into Zack's. In fact, his consciousness fully replaced Zack's. So while Ross's body was lying in a coma, Ross's mind was now in full control of a being made entirely of electricity. So he attempted to use these powers to kill both Bruce and Rick Jones, who was currently in his Hulk form phase. But he failed and went back to his old body pretty soon after, as after this, he saw both Bruce and Rick saving Betty, and he realized that they were good people, and so Ross would never hunt Hulk ever again. This did not last. He went back to hunting Hulk. As for Zack's, he's continued to be a nuisance in the Marvel Universe, notably working under MODOK for a while. As for Zack's powers, he's a being of pure electricity, so obviously he's got electricity powers, meaning that he can shoot and absorb electricity. He can also fly, reform after being destroyed, and is essentially immortal. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes, Ultimate Spider-Man, Iron Man and Hulk Heroes Unite, Avengers Assemble, the 90s Incredible Hulk cartoon, and the Superhero Squad show. Tyrone Cash. First appearing in Ultimate Avengers issue 7, released in April of 2010, Professor Leonard Williams, aka Tyrone Cash, is from the Ultimate Universe, and for a while was working with Bruce Banner to recreate the Super Soldier Serum that Steve Rogers took to turn into Captain America. Their efforts did not end well, as when they finished it, Williams tested the serum on himself, which turned him into a hyper-aggressive maniac, essentially a prototype Hulk. In his rampage, he killed a bunch of people, and then he ran off, never to be seen again. In the UK, that is. He's British. He fled the country and spent the next 16 years hiding out in Africa, Asia, and South America. Though to say he was hiding is a bit incorrect. Now going by the name Tyrone Cash, the serum had altered his mind, so he was killing a whole bunch of people as a gangster. In fact, he would kill rival gangsters and warlords, and just take everything they owned. Money, cars, houses, even women. Despite him being a bit morally interesting, Nick Fury decided to recruit him as part of his Avengers project. No, this was different from the Ultimates. This was essentially another superhero team like the mainline Avengers, but just not the mainline Avengers of this universe, despite being called the Avengers. Anyways, Tyrone was essentially blackmailed into joining the team for a bit, though he would eventually leave the team and even make an enemy out of Nick Fury, as he began handing out super soldier fetuses on the black market. So Nick Fury just executes him after having Blade drain him of the Hulk serum. As for his powers, Tyrone has your standard Hulk powers: superhuman strength, durability, and stamina. This is because, again, he's essentially a prototype Hulk. Hulk and She-Hulk get married. In What If issue 34, released in May of 1982, we get a whole bunch of goofy, random joke what-ifs. And one of them was, what if the Hulk married She-Hulk? This one was just a parody of the show I Love Lucy, with Hulk and She-Hulk being a couple in the 1950s, hanging out with the main characters from the show. There was even another one in the same issue, but the two of them are the stars of a parody of the comic strip Blondie, with the joke being, oh wow, isn't it goofy that these two are in a 1950s sitcom and a goofy comic strip? And sure, that's kinda funny, but I don't think the author of this comic realized that Hulk and She-Hulk are cousins. Makes this joke comic a bit weird. But hey, it's not like Hulk's shown any romantic interest in She-Hulk in the main Marvel Universe, right? Right? Well, in Hulk Annual 2000, released in September of 2000, Hulk starts to go on a rampage and battles the Avengers. During the fight, Vision analyzes his behavior and comes to the conclusion that Hulk is doing all of this in order to impress a potential mate. That mate being She-Hulk. Hulk desperately tries to convince Jen to date him, as she reminds him of Betty Ross and Jarella. But She-Hulk's just like, dude, we're cousins. So Hulk runs off to brood about being alone, and that's the end of the story. It's not even just that Hulk wants to bang her. During all of this, he briefly turns back into Bruce, and when Jen approaches him, he starts to panic and hulks out, which suggests that he's a bit nervous by her appearance. Now, I should clarify, Hulk was going through a very, very rough time in his life, so all of this is basically him having a giant mental health episode. Still insanely weird, but at least it's not Old Man Logan. Infernal Hulk. While Eldest's possession of Hulk is the more well-known Infernal Hulk, they're not the first to be called that. First appearing in Deadpool Annual, released in May of 2011, in Earth 11638, Bruce Banner had become the Sorcerer Supreme, and his first order of business was using magic to not only separate Hulk from him, but to send Hulk into hell. And so, Hulk went on a non-stop rampage in hell, growing stronger and more demonic by the day. Eventually, Bruce, Spider-Man, and Deadpool from Earth 616 show up to this reality, which allowed this universe's Hulk, now called the Infernal Hulk, to escape, as he literally swaps places with 616 Hulk. Now being free of hell, the first thing that Infernal Hulk does is go after his universe's Bruce Banner, which, I mean, killing him is a bit extreme, but I understand being angry with him. I would also be upset if I was sent to hell. Anyways, this universe's Bruce rescues 616 Hulk from hell, and allows Infernal Hulk back into his body. So Hulk and Spider-Man battle and defeat Infernal Hulk, only for this universe's Bruce to tell 616 Hulk to snap his neck in order to prevent Infernal Hulk from re-emerging. So Hulk does it, and the day is saved. As for Infernal Hulk's powers, he's got all of your standard Hulk powers, but with the addition of having sharp claws and horns. What if Wolverine had killed the Hulk? Incredible Hulk issue 181, released in July 1974, is one of the most important comics in Marvel history, as it's the proper introduction of Wolverine, and sets up one of the most iconic who would win debates in Marvel history. Who would win in a fight, Wolverine or Hulk? The answer is Hulk, by the way. But in What If issue 31, released in November of 1981, we get an alternate take on the events of this story. In Earth 616, Wolverine was ordered to defeat and capture Hulk. But in this reality, he decides to instead kill Hulk, and he's actually able to. The Canadian government is not really thrilled about this, because not only did he go against orders, he killed a dude. So Wolverine leaves, fearing being arrested, and he's eventually found by Magneto and recruited into the Brotherhood of Mutants, which, of course, sets him on a collision course with the X-Men. He's sent on a mission to infiltrate the team, which is kind of funny because it'd be retconned years later that in Earth 616, Wolverine only joined the X-Men as part of a mission to kill Professor X. While in Earth 616, Wolverine became a good guy after Charles literally brainwashed him into becoming one, in this reality, he just thinks that Jean Grey's hot, so he betrays the Brotherhood of Mutants. Probably shouldn't have done that though, because Magneto loves getting revenge. So during the big fight, Magneto uses his powers to force Wolverine to stab his claws into his own head, killing him. Magneto then dies like right afterwards. So yeah, that all happened because Wolverine decided to kill Hulk. The many clones of Hulk. So if you think that Spider-Man has the most clones out of every major Marvel hero, you're right. But Hulk has a couple of clones too. Hulk's first clone appeared in Heroes for Hire issue 12, released in April of 1998, where He didn't actually fight Hulk. This clone, known as Behemoth, was part of Strike Force 1, clones of the 1997 incarnation of the Heroes for Hire. Except Hulk wasn't part of the team, but whatever. Behemoth wasn't the only Hulk who was part of Strike Force 1, as there was also a clone of She-Hulk named Amazon. This team was created by the villain Eshu, aka the Master of the World, and they all died. Every single one of them died in their very first appearance, as they were all killed when the island that they were on, Hydra Island, exploded. The second Bruce Banner clone first appeared in Incredible Hulk issue 65, released in January of 2004. This clone was created by the leader's super-secret spooky group called Home Base. They were trying to create a clone of Hulk, so that leader could transfer his mind into it, becoming not just super smart, but also super strong. This did not work, as the clone they did create was faulty. Though despite this, they still sent him out on a mission, only for the real Bruce to kill him. But right after he died, the clone returned to life, and revealed that he was a very, very monstrous version of the Hulk, and he wanted to not just kill Bruce, but replace him. So the two fought, but of course, the clone was defeated. And in order to make sure that the clone didn't resurrect itself again, Bruce removed its heart and brain, which were crucial to the regeneration process. The final clone of Bruce first appeared in Fear Itself issue 7, released in October of 2011. This clone of Bruce was special, as he was created to not be the Hulk. Desperate to cure himself of Hulk, Bruce asked Dr. Doom for help, and so Doom extracted parts of Bruce's brain and used them to create a clone of Bruce. Kinda. Doom actually separated Bruce's mind from his body and placed it into the clone body, finally separating Bruce from Hulk. So Hulk then brought Banner back to America, and he went off to go live underground with the Mole People. But Bruce kinda went crazy, as he tried to turn himself back into the Hulk. But what Bruce didn't know was that this clone body couldn't actually turn into the Hulk. So in his quest to become the Hulk again, he gave himself some very serious radiation poisoning. He also created a whole bunch of gamma mutant animals. So Hulk showed back up to stop him, and when a gamma bomb developed by Bruce went off, the clone was killed, and Bruce's mind then transferred back into his old Hulk body. Bruce has to wear a Hulk mask. So early Hulk stories were very strange. After a few issues, Bruce managed to figure out a way to control his transformations, and so for a little while, he could only become a Hulk by blasting gamma radiation at himself. But hitting himself with gamma radiation doesn't always give him a proper Hulk transformation. For example, in Incredible Hulk issue 6, released in January of 1963, yes, the Metal Master issue, the gamma ray projector that he's using malfunctions, and makes it so while his body transforms into the Hulk, his head doesn't. So in order to look like the normal Hulk, and also not to give away his identity, Bruce wears a latex mask molded to look exactly like the Hulk. Because I guess Bruce just had that lying around. And if you're wondering how he created a mold of Hulk's face, I can't tell you, they don't explain it. Oh, and I guess I shouldn't say that Bruce has to wear a mask. Hulk does, as Hulk's personality still takes control, despite the head still being Banner's. What if Hulk had died and Kyera had lived? What If Planet Hulk, released in October 2007, featured two what-if stories centered around Planet Hulk. The less interesting what-if was, what if Bruce landed on the planet that the Illuminati intended him to land on? In this story, he just lives in peace there. There's not much more to it. The more interesting what-if was, what if Hulk was killed in the explosion on Sakaar instead of Kyera? In this reality, the explosion is strong enough to kill Hulk, but before he died, he grabbed his wife and threw her to safety. Like Hulk, Kyera believed that Bruce's friends on Earth are responsible for this tragedy. So she unites the Warbound and absorbs all of the old power from Sakaar in preparation for a total invasion of Earth. Basically, World War Kyera. And she actually does a really good job, as she first goes after Black Bolt and puts an obedience disc around him. She then uses him to kill Doctor Strange and Sentry, and in the ensuing battle, she manages to kill both Iron Man and Mr. Fantastic. In fact, she's able to take down pretty much all of the main Marvel heroes, and is about to execute all of them when suddenly the Warbound member, Heroim, walked in and was just like, "Hey, Iron Man, Mr. Fantastic, Strange, and Black Bolt were the ones who sent Hulk into space. The rest of these dudes didn't actually know about that, so why don't we just let them go?" So they spare the heroes and leave the planet in peace, and the story ends. Just kidding, she decides to instead enslave all of humanity, and she makes them build a statue of Hulk, a statue that she then merges with using her Shadow Person powers, and then the story ends. Earth is a giant slave world, and Kyera is now a living statue. Red Hulk becomes Venom and Ghost Rider. So remember how I said briefly that Red Hulk bonded to Venom for a brief period of time? Well, it wasn't just Venom that he bonded to in that moment. Thunderbolt Ross, for a very brief period of time, had not only the powers of Red Hulk, the powers of Venom, but also the powers of Ghost Rider. In Venom issue 13.4, released in February of 2012, Red Hulk is working alongside Venom and Alejandra Jones' Ghost Rider to battle the demon Blackheart, as he tries to merge Earth with Hell. However, their plan fails, so they go with Plan B. The Venom symbiote and Spirit of Vengeance both bond to Red Hulk, which gives us this insane visual of Ghost Rider Venom Hulk riding a motorcycle. Unfortunately, Ross's run as Ghost Rider and Venom, aka the Circle of Four, is short-lived, as while Ross distracts Blackheart, Flash Thompson, Alejandra, Johnny Blaze, and X-23 shut down Blackheart's portal to Hell, saving the day. So the Venom symbiote and Spirit of Vengeance both leave Red Hulk, with the symbiote almost being captured by the Avengers. He would've, if not for Red Hulk being like, "Nah, don't worry guys, he's chill." Anathema. First appearing in She-Hulk issue 5, released in July 2022, April Booth and her husband, Mark, were really into the idea of becoming superheroes, or at the very least, getting superpowers. They ultimately decided on stealing some of She-Hulk's blood, since she was able to Hulk out without becoming savage. Upon stealing some of her blood from Stark Industries, they quickly realized that they goofed up. While it seemed at first that the procedure had worked, Mark then transformed into a savage Hulk-like monster, while April became a leader-like Gamma mutant. In appearance only, she didn't get the intelligence powers. Things only got worse as Mark eventually drew attention to themselves by getting into a fight with She-Hulk. Wanting to find out where this new Gamma mutant came from, Jen went over to April's house to investigate, only for April and Mark to capture her with the intention of experimenting on her so that April could get the Hulk powers that she wanted, while Mark was returned to normal. But luckily for Jen, Jack of Hearts showed up to save her. A fight ensued between the power couples, only for April to accidentally absorb not Jen's radiation, but Mark's, which in turn turned her into the Gamma mutant Anathema. Mark, on the other hand, returned to normal. She would eventually reappear and battled both She-Hulk and the Hulk. She and Mark were working together again, with the roles swapped. Mark was now trying to get a blood sample from Hulk, so that they could experiment with it in order to cure April. But the plan failed, as Athema ended up destroying the blood sample. She then ran off and hasn't been seen since. As for her powers, she's only got your basic Hulk abilities: superhuman strength, durability, and stamina. Newell, Breaker of Worlds. During the Fear Itself storyline, a giant magic hammer was transported to Earth as part of a scheme by the villain Cole Borson, aka the Serpent. See, he needed some servants, so he transported a bunch of magical hammers to Earth that would possess whoever picked them up. And each of these hammers had somebody in mind. Some of these included Absorbing Man, Thing, Titania, Juggernaut, and of course, Hulk. When Hulk picked up the hammer of Newell, he instantly realized that this was a bad idea, as he felt himself getting possessed. So he told Red She-Hulk, who was with him, to run away for the time being, because he was going to lose control. And oh boy did he, as Hulk became Newell, Breaker of Worlds, and went on an absolute rampage. This was part of the Serpent's scheme as well, since he feeds off of fear, and with Hulk and the other servants going on rampages across the globe, a lot of fear was being created, making the Serpent super powerful. Luckily, the Avengers are able to defeat the Serpent and his servants, freeing Hulk and the rest. As Newell, Breaker of Worlds, Hulk gained the ability to fly, shoot electricity, and shoot fire. Also, all of his normal abilities received power boosts. Man-Elephant. First appearing in Savage She-Hulk issue 17, released in March of 1981, Mandrid Holler was a dude who really wanted to sell his Man-Elephant suit to companies. Yeah, of all the power suits he could have created, he chose a Man-Elephant suit. So when he found out that She-Hulk was a wanted fugitive around this time, he decided to suit up and to take her down in order to prove his suit's usefulness to potential buyers. The two fought for a bit, only for Holler to give up upon seeing the destruction that their fight was causing. That, and he found out that She-Hulk was innocent of the murder she was accused of. Seeing how destroying a town while fighting someone falsely accused of murder is a very bad look, he surrendered, paid for the damages, and wouldn't be seen again for years. After this incident, his life didn't go as planned, as his company, Holler Hydraulics, was shut down by Iron Man, as Iron Man had found out that Holler was selling tech to non-registered superheroes. Wanting a change in his life, Holler gave up his normal life and put on the elephant suit. He then traveled to the ancient city of Timbuktu in order to figure out what to do next. There he met a woman who was a big fan of the Hindu god Ganesha, so you can imagine she was a fan of Elephant Man. Using a mysterious gem, she transformed Holler into a literal human elephant monster named Behemoth. And this transformation drove Holler crazy, and he began his career as a supervillain, going after She-Hulk, as he was still angry about their scuffle from years prior, though he failed in his revenge mission, but continues to be a threat in the Marvel Universe. Probably. Maybe. He hasn't been seen since 2012. As for his powers, before transforming into Behemoth, his Man-Elephant suit gave him superhuman strength and durability. He could also use the suit's elephant trunk to fire out knockout gas, and he could use the suit's elephant tusks as grappling hooks. And after becoming Behemoth, he just had superhuman strength and durability, along with sharp claws. What if the Gamma Bomb spawned 1,000 Hulks? In What If issue 71, released in January of 1995, we get a nightmare reality with the question, what if instead of the atomic bomb, the US military created a gamma bomb during World War II and dropped it on Japan? This ends exactly the way you'd think, as when the US drops the gamma bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, a ton of people died, but the survivors were all Hulk-like monsters that kept their intelligence. Wanting revenge for this attack, the gamma-powered Imperial Japanese Army invaded the United States, and took full control of the country in just a single month. So the United States was ruled by Imperial Japan for decades, though there was a resistance group created, that being S.H.I.E.L.D. While S.H.I.E.L.D. fought to free the country, the Japanese Emperor, known only as the leader, realized that his Gamma army was slowly dying. Understandably, wanting to keep them alive, he captured Charles Xavier to find a way to keep them alive, only for Xavier to fail. So the Emperor then captured Reed Richards. He also failed. So he captured Bruce Banner, and not wanting to die, Bruce went along with the plan and began preparing a device that would save the Oni. Oh right, the Japanese Hulk army was called the Oni, or the Emperor's Oni. Nick Fury then showed up and convinced Bruce to sabotage the project so that the Oni would all die. Bruce was initially a bit hesitant about this plan, but after his wife Betty was killed by the Emperor's forces due to her being the daughter of an American general, he agreed. In the process, Bruce ends up getting Gamma powers and joins up with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the rest of the Resistance, which includes the Fantastic Four, the X-Men, and Namor. And so, the story ends with the Oni eventually dying out, and the day was saved. Except, not really, because while all of this was happening, the Third Reich took full control over Europe. So, while America is free, Europe is very much not. Hulk becomes Captain Universe. In Incredible Hulk Annual Issue 10, released in May of 1981, Bruce becomes the superhero Captain Universe for a brief time. You see, Captain Universe is the title of whoever the Enigma Force, aka the Unipower, bonds to. This is a cosmic being that maintains the universe. So all of this happens during a Hulk rampage on an American Air Force base. There happens to be nuclear missiles there, and because of all of the carnage happening, the military leaders in the area believe that the Soviets have fired nukes at them. So the nuclear missiles housed at the base are then fired at Moscow. Realizing that this would trigger a nuclear war and kill everyone, the Unipower heads over to Hulk and separates him from Banner. There it bonds to Bruce, allowing him to become Captain Universe. After fighting Hulk, Captain Universe destroys the nukes, and the day is saved. Though, sadly for Bruce, the Unipower merges him back with Hulk. But this wouldn't be the last time that Bruce would become Captain Universe. In Captain Universe Incredible Hulk, released in November of 2005, after bonding with numerous people over the years, the Unipower began to lose some of its power, and in order to regain its power, it decided to bond itself to various superheroes like Hulk, Daredevil, X-23, and Invisible Woman. Hulk is the first of these heroes, and unlike before, the Unipower doesn't separate Bruce from Hulk. So Bruce helps the Unipower track down a man named Gilbert Wiles, a scientist and former partner of the Unipower who may know how to help the Unipower regain its power faster. Bruce is able to find the Doctor, but uh-oh, turns out that the Doctor's funder is an agent of AIM, and AIM comes to collect the Doctor's research. AIM is briefly able to separate Hulk from the Unipower, but this doesn't last, and when the Unipower rebonds to Hulk, the fight is essentially over, as the Unipower is already immensely powerful, so combined with the Hulk, Hulk's basically unstoppable. Nicknamed Blue Hulk by fans, Hulk defeats the AIM agents, only for him to then run off as the Doctor's funder is dead, and Bruce doesn't want to be blamed for his death. And so the story ends with the Unipower leaving Hulk, and moving on to another hero, that being Daredevil. Umar the Unrelenting defeats Hulk by banging him. In Defenders Issue 3, released in September of 2005, Hulk is defeated by the villain Umar, the sister of Dormammu, not in a fight, but instead through banging. Alright, let's back up. At one point, Dormammu attempted to manipulate reality using the powers of eternity. Not exactly liking this, Doctor Strange reunited his old superhero team, the Defenders, in order to stop him. And this team consisted of himself, Hulk, Namor, and the Silver Surfer. Well, the Silver Surfer was never actually part of the team originally, he just helped them out a few times back in the day, but now he was on the team. Not exactly being a fan of her brother, Umar schemed to take control of the Dark Dimension from him. Seeing how Hulk is Hulk, she figured that if she manipulated Hulk into joining her, she would be practically unstoppable. So she figured the best way to manipulate Hulk was to, and I'm not joking, bang him. Upon capturing Hulk, she and Hulk would bang for a bit. And I do mean for a bit, as this didn't actually last very long, as Hulk was tired out from all of the banging after only 6 minutes. So it seemed that Umar had won, except not really, as Hulk reverted back to Banner due to his exhaustion, and he wouldn't come back out. So her plan to manipulate Hulk via banging him failed, so she then made a deal with the Defenders in order to defeat Dormammu, and the day was saved.
Get ready to smash. We'll be right back to The Incredible Hulk on Disney XD.
The Incredible Hulk radio-controlled inflatable figure. With a radio transmitter, you can give him commands. 2 9-volt and 4 C batteries are not included.
Over the back. Make him come back.
The Hulk radio-controlled figure is really big, a full 3.5 feet tall and made of soft, durable vinyl. Also available separately, Walt Disney's Mickey Mouse as well as Space Marauder and Dracula. His eyes and teeth glow in the dark. The Incredible Hulk radio-controlled inflatable figure and transmitter.
Witness the fury. Now back to The Incredible Hulk on Disney XD.
Yellow Hulk. First appearing in Marvel Action Avengers issue 9, released in January of 2020, in this reality, AIM had taken over New York City and captured a whole bunch of superheroes, Hulk being one of them. Instead of killing the heroes or letting them rot in a cell, AIM decided to hook the heroes up to mind control devices. And when Hulk was connected to his mind control device, he turned yellow to symbolize AIM's control. This didn't actually give him a power boost or anything. He stayed completely the same, except for the fact that, well, he was now yellow. Funny enough, this actually isn't the first time that there's been a yellow Hulk. In What If issue 34, released in May of 1982, we get a joke what if about what if the Hulk was yellow. And that's it. That's a yellow Hulk. Cancelled Atari 2600 game. In 1983, a Hulk video game for the Atari 2600 was planned to be released sometime that fall. Developed by the company the Parker Brothers, the game was going to be extremely different from your average Hulk game, as you weren't going to be the Hulk most of the time. You would play as Bruce Banner going through a bunch of levels in order to rescue Betty Ross, who was captured by some Gamma mutants. He would be the default character, and you would have to collect Gamma charges in the levels in order to temporarily turn into the Hulk, which would allow you to fight the monsters. Despite being advertised in a few comics, the game never ended up being released, due to the fact that it was set to be released during the 1983 video game crash. So it was permanently shelved, and to this day hasn't been released. It hasn't even been leaked online. Hopefully one day this game gets found. Hulk 2003 game cut cameos. The 2003 Hulk movie tie-in game is really unique in that it features a ton of lesser-known Hulk villains like Flux, Madman, Half-Life, Ravage, and General Riker. But it was originally going to feature a ton of other characters as well. Inspired by the iconic Neversoft Spider-Man game and its use of cameos from other Marvel heroes such as Captain America, Punisher, Human Torch, and Daredevil, during the development of the game, the following characters were discussed, but ultimately never ended up making it into the final game. Absorbing Man, Iron Man, Nick Fury, Abomination, Thing, Juggernaut, MODOK, and Captain America. Though, keep in mind, lead game designer Eric Holmes has stated that most of these characters wouldn't actually be interactable, and would just make small appearances in the game via cutscenes. The only character from this list that we know was going to be interactable was Captain America, who was planned to appear as an after-credits boss fight, showing up to arrest the Hulk on the orders of the US military. Many of these cameos, if not all of them, were cut due to the fact that the studio behind the game, Radical Entertainment, didn't have enough time to implement these characters. Legiori Zakaria. First appearing in Ultimates Issue 3, released in August of 2024, Legiori Zakaria hails from the Ultimate Universe. The rebooted Ultimate Universe, not the original. She lived most of her childhood chilling out in her home country, an island nation in the Pacific Ocean. But all of that came to an end when Bruce Banner showed up as part of the US military's Operation Castle Gamma project, this universe's version of Castle Bravo. This leads me to believe that the island nation that she's from is the Marshall Islands, as they were impacted heavily by this nuclear test in real life. Anyways, the people of her nation gave the US Army permission to do their thing there, as the US military promised that they would have a ton of benefits. But the nation didn't read the small print, as a gamma bomb was activated nearby, which would cripple the island nation, as most of its people, animals, and plants began dying out in mass. The survivors either became gamma mutants or flat-out gamma monsters that terrorized the island. Legiori was one of the people who became a gamma mutant, in her case a Hulk-like gamma mutant, and dedicated her life to protecting her people from monsters and outside forces like the US Army. Though she would eventually move past her distrust of the outside world and joined up with the Ultimates as their team's She-Hulk. While her and her people were mutated by the Gamma Bomb, so was Bruce, and he became the Hulk in this universe as well. Which, of course, meant the two would eventually fight each other. As for Legiori's powers, she has your standard Hulk abilities, including superhuman strength and durability. The Glob. First appearing in Incredible Hulk issue 121, released in August of 1969, Joseph Timms was just your average small-town criminal, serving out his sentence in prison. But one day, he found out that his girlfriend was dying, so he escaped prison in order to see her one last time. But while he was able to escape the prison, the nearby swamp was a completely different story. He died there, and his body was never found. In fact, it was still there years later when Hulk threw some radioactive waste into the swamp. This transformed Joe's dead body with the swamp around him, turning him into a disgusting swamp monster known only as the Glob. Still having a bit of Joe's mind in him, when the Glob saw Betty Ross, he instantly assumed that was his girlfriend. So he tried to kidnap her, only for Hulk to obviously step in and rescue her. Except, well, no, Hulk did rescue her, but he didn't actually defeat the Glob, as the Glob was actually killed by the very radioactive water that created him. And so he melted as Hulk saved Betty from falling into that very swampy substance. But this wasn't the end of Glob, as the leader would revive him and manipulated him into hating the Hulk. So Glob became a semi-regular threat to the Hulk. That was until Glob's body started to give out and fall apart. Luckily for Glob, a cult in the area saved him, and by saved him, I mean the cult took his brain, and then the cult leader placed parts of his own brain into the Glob's brain so that he could control it. So basically, Glob was now a slave to the cult. Luckily, he would escape the cult, and used its powers to create a human body for himself. And for a little while, he lived in peace. But the cult did eventually find him, and forced him into working for them again. Though Glob would get his revenge, and would eventually kill the cult leader. And so began the Glob's heroic arc, as he was forced into the Howling Commandos, only to eventually betray the team and get sent off to the prison at Pleasant Hill. Though now that Pleasant Hill's destroyed, I have no idea what he's up to these days. As for his powers, Glob has superhuman strength and is basically immortal. His body can reform after being severely damaged or even destroyed. He also has some kind of mind powers as well, as when he was connected to the cult leader, he was able to create a golden replica of himself. and he was also able to use these powers to create a human body for himself. Though he may have only been able to use these powers when he had a connection to the cult leader, as after he killed the cult leader, he never showed any of these abilities ever again. She-Clone. Only appearing in Sensational She-Hulk issue 3, released in March of 1989, She-Clone was, well, what do you think? A clone of She-Hulk. Created by the supervillain group, the Headmen, this clone was not exactly what you think it was. You see, the Headmen had a member named Kondu the Mystic, who had his mind transferred into various different bodies, including a Nighthawk, and even a baby deer named Bambi. No, not the actual cartoon deer. This deer was only named after Bambi. I need to clarify that because with comics, I mean, you never know. And after his allies and the Headmen created a horrific, disgusting abomination of a body for him, he wasn't exactly thrilled about it. So his friends decided to create a brand new body for him using the DNA of a superhero, and that hero was She-Hulk. They wanted to use Hulk but were unable to, so Jen was the next best thing. And the first thing you're probably noticing is that She-Clone doesn't have a head. Well, that's not actually true. She-Clone did have a head, but this head was extremely tiny. Though it doesn't seem like She-Clone was actually sentient, as she was shown to be fully controlled by the Headmen prior to Kondu's head being placed on her. She would face off against Spider-Man, but would be quickly defeated, since Kondu wasn't really thrilled about this being his new body. And so, that was the end of She-Clone. Hulk 2003 was leaked online. A few weeks before the release of Ang Lee's Hulk, multiple work prints of the film were leaked online. These work prints were not the final film, it included multiple scenes cut from the final project. But more importantly, it featured a ton of unfinished CGI, and a lot of people, for some reason, assumed that these work prints were the final project, which is wild because, I mean, there were trailers out for the film that had CGI closer to what we actually got. So because of this, a ton of people went around saying that the film looked horrible and unfinished. Many people have speculated over the years that this leak is a major reason as to why Hulk 2003 was a financial disappointment, as the people who saw the work prints probably didn't go see the film in theaters. Personally, while I agree that this was definitely a factor, I don't think it was that big of a factor. Anyways, what did Universal do about this leak? An investigation by Universal and the FBI began, and soon after, they found at least one of the leakers. I say one of them because there were several work prints of the film posted online, and the guy they caught only pled guilty to one of them, that man being Kerry Gonzalez. Turns out that he had a friend who worked at an ad agency who was working on trailers for Hulk, which meant that the friend had access to the work print. So he gave Kerry a copy, and, well, the rest is history. Kerry Gonzalez was charged with $2,000 and forced to pay Universal $5,000. Which sounds rough, but he was being faced with up to 3 years in jail and up to $250,000 in fines. So, honestly, he got off pretty easy. Fathers and Sons. Billy was an extremely obscure sitcom lasting only 7 episodes, airing from February to April 1979 on CBS. The show was about a dude named Billy who often daydreamed, which led to many of the show's jokes and guest appearances. At first glance, the show has nothing to do with Hulk or Marvel. But what if I were to tell you there's an episode in the show where Lou Ferrigno shows up as the Hulk? Because CBS owned the rights to the 70s Hulk series, they decided to use Hulk to promote Billy by having Hulk show up in a daydream segment in the episode Fathers and Sons. This episode is notable not just because of Hulk's appearance, but you can't watch it, as pretty much the entire series is lost to media, with only brief commercials for the show being widely available. but luckily, one of them does feature Hulk.
Everybody's talking about Billy. He's a daydreamer who lets your imagination run wild. The outrageous comedy Billy.
Dad, take it easy, will you?
No, I don't think everyone was talking about Billy. If they were, it wouldn't have lasted only 7 episodes. Orange Hulk. First appearing in Uncanny X-Force issue 12, released in July 2011, Orange Hulk is a monster created in the Age of Apocalypse universe as a weapon for this universe's Wolverine. He was part of the Black Legion, a team of powerful monsters that served as basically a hit squad created to wipe out the final pockets of humanity. The members of Black Legion were all abominations created with the DNA of heroes. For example, Doc Ock, Thing, Omega Red, Ghost Rider, Cloak, and of course, Hulk. Orange Hulk doesn't really do all that much. In fact, none of the Black Legion really do. But what's interesting about Orange Hulk is that his powers don't come from gamma radiation, but instead solar radiation. We don't know too much else about him or his powers, but I assume that him being solar-powered means that he's probably stronger during the day. Orange Hulk's existence may be a reference to the Orange Hulk featured in the game Marvel vs. Capcom, as in that game there's a secret playable character named Orange Hulk, who is essentially a faster version of the Hulk. Though I like to think that he's a reference to Sunny D, cause he's orange, and one of Sunny D's taglines is, "Unleash the power of the sun." Possum Man. Only appearing in Crazy Magazine issue 78, released in July 1981, Possum Man is one of the greatest superheroes in the Marvel multiverse. Possums are some of the greatest animals to ever exist, so of course a dude named Possum Man is going to be insanely powerful. In fact, Possum Man is probably more powerful than characters like Superman, Goku, Omni-Man, All Might, Kratos, Homelander, every version of Godzilla, King Kong, and Gamera, Doomslayer, and, I don't know, the main My Little Pony characters. Are they powerful? I don't know. And even Sportacus. Well, Sportacus without a sports candy buff. So what exactly was Possum Man's story? Well, Bruce Bummer was a tour guide at 3 Mile Island. However, due to the 3 Mile Island accident that occurred 2 years prior, some of the local wildlife was irradiated, and one day a radioactive possum bit Bruce, which gave him possum powers. These powers included the strength of a possum, which allowed him to completely destroy aluminum cans. And he also had the ability to play possum, which meant that he played dead to distract his foes. Sadly, because of his strength, he needed to have a powerful weakness in order to balance him out. And so, his weakness is the fact that 24/7 he's tempted to run into the middle of the road and let a car hit him. Godspeed, Possum Man, Godspeed. What if Hulk was the smart one, while Bruce was the monster? In What If issue 91, released in September of 1996, we're introduced to a reality where, after being hit with the Gamma Bomb, Colonel Bruce Banner became a monster. He would keep his intelligence, but pretty much 24/7 he was angry and violent. He pretty much turned into a psychopath and began abusing his wife Betty. And he also developed a mutated form, that being Starman. As Starman, he became almost childlike in intelligence, and was generally a pretty good dude. Bruce wasn't a fan of this alternate form, and upon discovering it, would try to have it killed. For example, when he found out a way to transform at will, he would call in a tip to the military to attack and kill Starman. This escalated more and more over time, as Bruce tried to make the world hate Starman, even committing a false flag attack to frame Starman and several countries in the Middle East, causing a war. Only one other person knew the truth behind Starman, and that was Betty. But Betty was literally threatened with murder by Bruce if she ever told people the truth that Starman was innocent. But eventually, Betty had enough, and told Doc Samson the truth. Samson would then confront Bruce about these claims, only for Bruce to then threaten to have Samson sent off to war if he told anyone, and didn't have Betty sent to a mental asylum and be lobotomized. Fearing dying in war, Samson agreed to secrecy, and Betty was sent off to an asylum to live out the rest of her life in hell. And that's how the story ends. Betty is lobotomized in an asylum, and Bruce continues to try and have Starman killed, while the world is at war. Lost Richard Kiel episodes. While Lou Ferrigno's performance as the Hulk is iconic, we almost didn't get it, as when the 70s Hulk series began production, Ferrigno wasn't hired. In fact, a completely different actor was set to play the Hulk, that being Richard Kiel. Kiel was attached to the show even after it began filming, and it was about a week into filming the series that it was decided that he wasn't working as the Hulk, as while he did have the height, he didn't have the muscle. This was pointed out by series creator Kenneth Johnson's son, so if the creator's son says something, it's gotta be taken seriously. So Lou Ferrigno was brought in to replace him, and the rest is history. Though this of course means that all footage taken of Richard Kiel as Hulk was mostly thrown out. There's only one scene in the show's pilot that features his Hulk, and the rest of his footage is lost media. This has led to a rumor that Richard Kiel had also filmed stuff for other episodes, and these scenes have never been released, making them lost media. However, this is most likely not true, as there's no evidence that Kiel filmed stuff for episodes other than the pilot. So there's no lost Richard Kiel episodes, but there still is lost Richard Kiel scenes from the pilot. Spragg the Living Hill. First appearing in Journeying into Mystery issue 68, released in February of 1961, Spragg the Living Hill is a She-Hulk villain who predates her by quite some time. Spragg is a member of an unnamed species that became merged with the Earth billions of years ago. Originally just a collection of spores, Spragg evolved with the Earth's crust, eventually turning into living mounds of Earth. So Spragg just chilled on Earth doing his thing when he was rudely thrown into space by a man named Dr. Robertson. Why did Robertson do this? Well, Spragg doing his own thing meant that he was using his mind powers to brainwash the people living nearby to be his slaves. He even had them create a device that would enhance his mental abilities, which, theoretically, could allow him to enslave everyone on Earth. So Dr. Robertson messed with the device to turn it into a rocket, which in turn launched Spragg into space. Though this wasn't the end of Spragg, as he would eventually return to Earth and begin causing trouble by manipulating the Earth around him to throw rocks at planes flying by. This eventually caught the attention of She-Hulk, who teamed up with Dr. Robertson to finally put an end to Spragg. But their plan to defeat him didn't go as planned, as Mole Man entered the scene. But after a brief fight, they decided to team up to defeat Spragg, as Spragg and Mole Man didn't really like each other very much. And also, Mole Man offered to help She-Hulk in exchange for marrying him. She did not end up marrying him. And so a big battle happened, and Spragg would have won the fight if it wasn't for members of his own species showing up to stop him, which gave Mole Man the distraction he needed to end the fight. The fight came to an end when Mole Man used some high-pressure magma to literally launch Spragg into orbit. But this still wasn't the end of Spragg, as She-Hulk would later face off against him in space, as he had taken control of some asteroids that were part of Jupiter's ring, and were using these asteroids to cause chaos on Earth. But even after being defeated a third time, Spragg still wasn't done, as he was sent to an intergalactic prison, where it was eventually decided to banish him to Earth, which, of course, meant he started causing trouble again. Though eventually he would chill out and decide to retire from causing chaos, and so he traveled to Monster Island and decided to live there as the island's largest mountain. As for his powers, Sprague can control the earth and rock around him, meaning that he can throw rocks, create giant cliffs, create giant sinkholes, and can even create smaller semi-sentient clones of himself. His mind powers also allow him to mind control people, and he can even create semi-humanoid bodies for himself to fight with. Psy-Hulk. First appearing in Spider-Man and Wolverine issue 7, released in November of 2025, Psy-Hulk is a combined form of She-Hulk and Psylocke. In Earth 4587, there are no heroes. It's a ruthless world where the closest things to heroes are government agents led by Dr. Doom. And the main bad guy threat of this universe are the Avengers, a team of supervillains that includes Psylocke. So Reed Richards of this reality used his tech to bring Spider-Man and Wolverine from Earth 616 to his world in an effort to kill the leader of the Avengers. So Wolverine and Spider-Man end up facing off against Psy-Hulk and the other Avengers, which also includes a dude named Hulk Panther. Pretty much nothing else is known about these characters as of right now, as they're still relatively new, and the series they're in is still ongoing. As for her powers, it seems like she has all of Psylocke's powers with the durability of She-Hulk. Michael France's Hulk film. After Jonathan Hensleigh left the live-action Hulk project in the late 1990s, Michael France attempted to convince Universal to let him write the script for the film, but France had already been involved in the project before. He was actually one of the first people that Universal brought in to write a script for the film, but he parted ways with the project as he didn't like the direction that Universal was trying to take the film. But eventually, after 8 long months of asking, Michael France was brought back into the project, and in January of 2000, he handed in his final script. And the film's producers actually really liked it, only for it to get rewritten less than a month later in an effort to add a bunch of comedy to it. But Ang Lee still read France's script and liked it, so he took elements from it, which is why Michael France is credited as one of the film's writers. So what was Michael France's Hulk film going to look like? Well, for starters, the film would feature Bruce, Betty, General Ross, Samuel Stearns, Talbot, Brian Banner, and Carl Creel. The story would begin with Bruce trying to use gamma radiation in gene therapy. He's currently dating Betty, who's working at a hospital. Everything is going to plan, until one day, Carl Creel breaks into the lab and not only steals all of Bruce's work, but he also sets the lab to explode in a giant gamma explosion. Bruce races to rescue his friend Stearns, who's trapped in the lab, but it's too late. The explosion goes off, and Bruce and Stearns are hit with all of the gamma radiation. Bruce is quickly captured, but escapes with Betty as, he becomes the Hulk, with the two of them going on the run. Stearns was also captured, but he wasn't rescued. Instead, he's still being held prisoner by Carl Creel. Yeah, it turns out that Creel wants to use Bruce and Stearns' research for military purposes, which is why he trashed the lab. But he's curious about Stearns' recent transformation into the leader. He actually tries to work with the leader, but Stearns uses his powers to mind control Creel and turn him into a gamma-based mutant known as the Absorbing Man. That's when Hulk busts in, and he and Stearns are reunited, only for Stearns to reveal that he's completely fine with being the leader and doesn't want to be cured. But Bruce obviously does, so Leader quote-unquote cures him. And right after being cured, a soldier shoots Bruce and almost kills him. As Talbot, who's Bruce's friend in the film, attempts to save Bruce, it's revealed that the leader didn't actually cure Bruce, but instead mutated Bruce further in an attempt to get rid of him and replace him fully with the Hulk. So he hulks out and escapes, only to eventually transform into Grey Hulk, who is described in the film as a halfway point between Bruce and Hulk. So Hulk, but with some of Banner's intelligence, and it's here that Bruce realizes what's happening to him. So Bruce tries to go after the leader, but he has to go through Absorbing Man first, and they have a big fight in Las Vegas. Bruce actually ends up killing Absorbing Man in a very brutal fashion, as he drops a bunch of different chemicals onto him, which literally turns him into a walking chemical reaction that eventually explodes. When Bruce confronts Leader, Stearns reveals his plan. He wants to wipe out 90% of human life in order to save the human race from eventual extinction. So Leader and Hulk fight, and of course, Hulk wins. Stearns is killed as the machine he planned to use to end the world collapses, and the day is saved, with Bruce once again going on the run. The Puffball Collective. First appearing in Incredible Hulk issue 301, released in August of 1984, the Puffball Collective is one of Hulk's strangest enemies. He lived in the Crossroads dimension, which was a strange, maze-like nexus point that led to an infinite number of alternate dimensions. The Puffball Collective is a bunch of sentient aliens that look like puffballs. They're all part of some kind of hive mind-like society. Though this batch of aliens began goofing around with some magic and summoned demons into their reality. In response, the rest of the puffballs banished them to the Crossroads. There they met Hulk, who was recently exiled to the Crossroads by Doctor Strange. Wanting to manipulate Hulk into helping them return to their own reality, they attempted to befriend Hulk, but Hulk kept refusing until he eventually gave in and worked with the Puffball Collective to find a way out of the Crossroads. The two actually became friends and went on some pretty wacky adventures in the Crossroads. Though eventually, the Collective would trick Hulk into letting him back into his home reality. Not needing Hulk anymore, he allowed some demons to attack Hulk. Realizing that he couldn't fight an entire army of demons, Hulk actually did the smart thing and returned to the Crossroads. It was only then that the Puffball Collective realized that the demons weren't actually loyal to him, and they killed him. As for its powers, the Puffball Collective could communicate with people via sending messages and images into people's minds. It could also transform itself into various things, though these transformations were nothing more than just transformations. Meaning that if you were to take the form of somebody really strong, like Hulk, he would just look like Hulk. He wouldn't actually have any of Hulk's powers. Sand Hulk. Only appearing in Venom issue 252, released in December of 2025, we don't know too much about this alternate universe Bruce Banner, besides the fact that his name was actually Flint Banner, which means, yes, this is a variant of Bruce who is also Flint Marko, aka the Sandman. He's from a strange reality where instead of Peter Parker bonding to the Venom symbiote, this is a universe where Eddie Parker is bonded to the Pete symbiote. Basically, it's a twisted version of Spider-Man's origin story, and so Flint Banner serves as a stand-in for Crusher Hogan, or Bonesaw. Anyways, he doesn't really do all that much. He's just Sandman with the look and power of the Hulk. Miles Morales becomes Hulk. In What If Miles Morales issue 3, released in May of 2022, we get a universe in which Miles Morales isn't Spider-Man, but instead the Hulk. Miles' life was relatively normal until one day he found a suitcase belonging to his Uncle Aaron. He then saw a spider on it and attempted to kill it, only to knock over the suitcase, revealing highly radioactive material inside of it, and Miles just so happened to step on it, releasing a whole bunch of gamma radiation into the room. And so Miles turned into the Hulk, and tried to hide it from people. Curious as to why his uncle had radioactive material, he decided to follow him one night, and there he found his uncle making a deal with Emil Blonsky. It's here that we learn that this universe's Prowler is a complete idiot, because he tries to double-cross Blonsky by shooting him with a laser, only to accidentally blow up the radioactive material he was giving Emil, and this just turned Blonsky into the Abomination, and then he obviously just killed Prowler. Miles then jumps in and turns into the Hulk to fight Abomination, and actually ends up killing him. And so, Miles became a superhero, working with his universe's Avengers, and later alternate universe versions of himself in a fight against a team of alternate universe Prowlers. As for his powers, he had... No, do I really need to, tell you his powers at this point? Do you really need me to mention that he has superhuman strength and durability? No, I don't think you do. Wait, I just did. I just told you. Cancelled Son of the Hulk cartoon series. In 2003, an animated series following the adventures of Hulk's son was in development. Almost nothing about the show is known. All we know is that Jason Marsden claimed that he was going to be voicing a character named Bryce Banner as part of an animated series about the son of Hulk. Concept art for a teenage Hulk has been found online, with people claiming that it was for a cancelled cartoon that was meant to coincide with Ang Lee's Hulk film. I can't actually find any information about this art, though it seems to be very similar to Stephen E. Gordon's artwork, the character designer for X-Men Evolution, which was airing at the time. So maybe this was meant to be some kind of spin-off series to X-Men Evolution. The show was rumored to air on Kids WB, and it's very briefly mentioned in a press release for the 2003 film, alongside a live-action show that also never ended up happening. My guess is that a Teenage Hulk series was pitched to Kids WB, and this artwork was made for that pitch. And seeing how Jason Marsden was already doing voice work for shows on the network, like Static Shock and Justice League, maybe he was told about this pitch and made some kind of deal to voice the character when the show was made, only for the show to be cancelled once Hulk 2003 was a financial disappointment. It's worth mentioning that Jason Marsden mentioned this show in May of 2003, only a month before the film released, so Universal at this time still thought that Hulk 2003 would be a success. Pretty much all of this is speculation though. The only people who could tell us more about this project are Jason Marsden, and maybe Stephen E. Gordon, but I doubt either of them would remember a rejected show pitch from over 20 years ago. Feeding Billy. In Incredible Hulk issue 222, released in January of 1978, we got one of the most messed up Hulk stories ever. The story starts out like a normal Hulk story, with Hulk battling the US military. The military actually manages to knock Hulk out with some gas. But before the military can capture him, two children and a monster named Billy show up and drag Hulk away. Bruce then wakes up in a cave and meets the two kids, who reveal that Billy is their younger brother. But that's not the only weird thing revealed here. Turns out, the kid and Billy are cannibals. The kids originally came from a normal household. That was, until Billy drank some radioactive ooze in a local park. The military took Billy in to perform tests on him, and when Billy was returned to his family, he was barely recognizable, as he was now a monster who would go around eating the local wildlife. The family came to an end when Billy decided to eat his parents. So Billy and the two kids fled into the mountains and now live in a cave, eating people who get lost. So Hulk battles Billy, who by the way is like 6 years old technically, and wins the fight, with Billy being killed by the cave collapsing. And the story comes to an end with Hulk leaving the two cannibal kids alone in the mountains, so they probably died shortly afterwards. Boys Town National Hotline. In 1991, Marvel partnered with the Boys Town National Hotline to promote the hotline. This hotline, which is still a thing today, is a toll-free crisis number that is specialized for dealing with serious problems that a lot of young men deal with, including drug abuse, depression, family issues, and more. Though they also help young women as well. The reason why it's called the Boys Town National Hotline is because it's part of the Boys Town organization, an orphanage for boys founded in the 1910s. Hulk himself showed up in 2 ads to promote the hotline, with one of them reading, "We must all deal with the monster inside," and the other reading, "Sometimes it's hard to be a hero." Nothing funny about this entry, I just thought this was a cool thing that Marvel did back in the day, and I wanted to spotlight it. The hotline, that is, not the actual Boys Town organization, because they have had quite a few controversies over the years. But as far as I know, the hotline is still, like, A-okay. I think. Jim Wilson gets AIDS. So everyone knows Rick Jones, but less people know about Hulk's other close, non-superpowered friend, that being Jim Wilson. First appearing in Incredible Hulk issue 131, released in June of 1970, Jim had a troubled life. Desperate to not end up dying alone, Jim had a knack for making friends, like Hulk, Betty Ross, and even General Ross to an extent. He was also the nephew of Sam Wilson. Sadly, Jim is mostly known not for his fun adventures he had with the Green Avenger battling bad guys like Abomination and the Rhino, but because in Incredible Hulk issue 388, released in October of 1991, Jim was revealed to have HIV. It's never clarified how he got it, though that doesn't stop the series from exploring Jim's experience as someone living with AIDS in the 1990s. With his most notable story coming in The Incredible Hulk issue 420, released in June of 1994, which, sadly, was his last. In this story, a kid with HIV is banned from a local school. Jim isn't having any of that, so he and a bunch of other people protest the decision. While this is all happening, a man named Chet was diagnosed with HIV, and he's not taking it well, as he calls into an emergency line to talk about his plan to die at his own hands. Betty Ross, or Betty Banner, as she was married to Bruce at the time, was on the other end of the call, and despite her best efforts, Chet goes through with it, out of fear that everyone in his life will think he's gay. But back to Jim. Hulk finds out that Jim hasn't been super truthful about his condition. Hulk at this point was led to believe that his case wasn't full-blown AIDS yet, but that's not the case. Jim does have AIDS, and he's dying. There is a drug that may be able to cure him, but it's still experimental, so doctors can't use it. So Jim asks Hulk to give him some of his blood, but Hulk can't bring himself to do that, because while this may save his life, it also might kill him, or make him a Hulk-like monster. But he lies to Jim and pretends to give him his blood in order to give him a little bit of hope as he's dying. Though Jim finds out the truth anyways, but he's not mad at Bruce, as he understands why he can't give him his blood. And shortly after that, Jim dies, with Hulk in the room with him. He may have died young, but he didn't end up dying alone, like he was so afraid of. And that'll be it, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs out there. That was the incredible Hulk Iceberg. That hurt to say. I shouldn't have said that. That was stupid. That was the Hulk Iceberg. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you got to this part of the video, you know, the outro, comment below Hulk Smash, or Hulk Strongest There Is, or, you know, something like that. Let me know you got to the end of the video, because this was a long one. I figured this would be a long one. Obviously, you know, it's Hulk, but 4.5 hours was pushing my estimates a bit. But hey, I mean, it's easily been the highest, like the most requested superhero Iceberg I've ever had. Even more so than Green Lantern and X-Men and stuff like that. People just wanted Hulk, and you know, if the MCU is not going to give you Hulk, I'll give you Hulk. Hopefully Hulk's pretty cool in Brand New Day. Hopefully he is. Oh, I also wanted to mention, I actually played through the original, well, I mean, the GameCube remake that's been ported to everywhere, Resident Evil. I did the Jill campaign, and I thought it was pretty good. I will do the Resident Evil Iceberg one day. I just, you know, I'm beginning my Resident Evil journey. I can't promise when that video will come out, but just thought I'd update, because I know that's another huge requested one. And obviously, before I go, I have to give a huge shout out to my channel members for the $5 tier and above. For $5 a month, you get extended video previews. So, for example, for the Iceberg videos. So, for the Hulk Iceberg, for example, members were able to get this video, the first hour of this video, early. So the first tier, essentially, a few weeks ago. And for the $7 tier, you get, the extended video previews, but also you get the videos early, usually 2 to 3 days early. And plus, the $5 tier and the $7 tier both give you your name at the end of the video for me to read out and give you a thank. Give you a thank, I say. Give a shout out to. So thank you to Maurice Deceased, Steven, Digital Medic, Adam Depp, The Mr. Train Track, Lone Thunder, Solid Fricky, Moxie, Dats J, Cody Lester, Goat449, Hunter Gentle, V. Evans, Nora, Milo the Mighty, Mano, Guardian of Brooklyn, J-Max Air, Domeshot529, Sailor Stell, Infinity Mark, Vel V, Nathan Tench, Games with Toasty, The Epic Rager, Titana Boa Hunter, Super Blake Films, Daniel Valle, Spencer Estes, Alan Hamilton, John McIntyre, T. Morum Nile, Corvus Seraph, Kevin Sanders, KB6427, F. Mert, Admiral Rat 27, Moridol, Gavin Grizzle, Jose Felix, Joe Cyanide, Awesome Man, Sub the Way, Wilder Diaz, Dowalig, Philosophia, Wojtek Wachkiewicz, Ismail IXQ8, James Miller, Freeton, Channel 54, Jamin Miller, Pitstab, Deadhead, Some Random Guy, and Cowboy Tuba. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Next superhero iceberg will be about the Punisher, but that's not the next iceberg. The next iceberg will be the long-awaited kind of. I mean, I announced it a year ago, but then I backpedaled and then did the Jurassic Park remastered video instead. The next iceberg will be about James Bond to coincide with the new game that's releasing. So hope you guys are excited for that. Stay safe, everyone. The world's crazy, so like I said, stay safe, be kind, and all that. And I will see you guys in the next one. Take care.
What the hell is that?
Well, it ain't Barney the Purple Dinosaur!